Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this narration of the web novel Why Humans Avoid War, written by Space Paladin 15 and taken from Reddit. I hope you enjoyed the story. Chapter 1. Humans were supposed to be cowards. The Galactic Federation Species Registry had them listed as a 2 of 16 on the Aggression Index. Our interactions with the Terran Union, up until this point, supported those conclusions. They had not fought any wars amongst themselves in centuries, and had formed a unified world government prior to achieving FTL travel. They had responded with eagerness rather than hostility to first contact, unlike many species. Earth had resolved every dispute through diplomacy and compromise since it became an official member of the Federation. For example, a few years ago, the expansionist Zanak claimed the Terran mining colony as their territory. The Federation braced itself for a minor conflict, as they expected the humans to defend their outpost. But the humans simply shrugged and agreed to hand off the planet for a small, yeti fee. Rather than going to war, the Terrans somehow ended up as the prominent trading partners of the Zanak. There was also an incident where the paranoid Hoda'al arrested Terran ambassadors on charges of being spies. Imprisoning diplomats with zero evidence was a clear provocation to war. But the humans did nothing. They didn't even raid the facility where the representatives were being held. They simply opened back-channel negotiations with the Hoda'al and arranged a prisoner exchange, swapping a few smugglers for their people. Thoughts on the humans varied depending on who you asked. Some in the Federation found their pacifism commendable and appreciated their even-tempered statesmanship. Others thought that it was weakness that led them to avoid war. I was in the latter camp. The only reason not to respond to a blatant insult with aggression was that it didn't have the wits or the strength for it. When the Devourers came, the 3 most militaristic species in the galaxy, as per the Aggression Index, banded together to stand against their approach. We didn't know much about them, but we called them the Devourers since their sole mission was to drain stars of their energy. I can't tell you why they would do such a thing. Whatever the reasons, they would take one system by force, suck it dry, and move on to the next. Our fleet, the finest the Federation had to offer, suffered heavy losses when we clashed with the enemy destroyers. We fought as hard as we could, and it didn't matter. Our weapons hardly seemed to scratch their ships. It was a tough decision, but I ordered what was left of the fleet to retreat. As much as we needed to stop them, we would lose the entire armada if we stuck around any longer. I sent out a distress signal, relaying our grim situation and pleading for reinforcements. There were other species with lesser but still potent militaries within the Federation, but my request was returned with silence. Not a single one of those cowards volunteered to help. Hearing of our defeat, I suppose they decided to flee and fend for themselves. I thought we were on our own until we detected human ships jumping to our position. How ironic. The only ones that came to our aid were the galactic pushovers. There were only 5 of them, according to our census, which was not nearly enough to mount a fight. A pathetic showing, but it was more than 0 ships that had been sent by other Federation powers.
Sir, the Terrans are hating us. What do they think they're going to do? Talk the enemy to death?
First Officer Blizz equipped. I heard a few snickers from my crew, but quickly shushed them. We need all the help we can get. On screen. The dark-haired human blinked onto the view screen.
Federation vessel, this is Commander Mikhail Rykov of the Terran Union. We are here to assist in any way possible.
I bowed my head graciously. Thank you for coming, Commander Rykov. I am General Kylon. Please join our formation and help cover our retreat.
Retreat?
The human commander blinked a few times, looking confused.
Our intentions are to engage and terminate the enemy.
With 5 ships. All due respect, the Devourers number in the thousands, and they crushed our fleet of equal magnitude. I wouldn't expect a peaceful species like yours to understand warfare. But it's in your interest to follow our lead, I said.
Commander Rykov seemed even more confused. You think humans are a peaceful species? What the hell? Why do you think that?
Well, you never fight anyone. You resolve everything with talk. Humans are the lowest rated species on the aggression index, I replied.
I see. And the Federation has misjudged us there. Do you know why we avoid war, General?
Because you don't think you can win. Fear?
The human laughed heartily. No, it's because we know what we are capable of, and nobody deserves that quite yet. The idea of Terrans making ominous threats would have been a joke to me before now, but something in Rykov's tone told me that he believed what he was saying with conviction. This was a clear case of delusion stemming from lack of experience with interstellar warfare. The Devourers would make fools of the Earthlings and punish them for their overconfidence. However, if the commander really wanted to send his men to the slaughter, I would not stop him. If you insist on fighting, I certainly won't stand in your way. But know that you are on your own. We're getting out of here. What is your plan? I asked. We brought a nanite bomb we developed. We've never actually used one before, since in about 5% of the simulations, they don't stop with localized entities and consume all matter in the universe.
Commander Rykov said this way too casually for my liking.
But we programmed them to self-destruct after a few seconds, which will probably work. Ensign Carter, fire at the enemy in 5 seconds.
My eyes widened in alarm. Wait, hold up. You just said you could destroy everything. The Terran flagship fired a missile before I could get in another word to stop them. At first, I thought that they had missed their mark. The projectile sailed through the Devourer fleet, not connecting with a single ship. Then it detonated at the rear of the formation, and all hell broke loose. Space itself seemed to shudder as an explosion tore through anything in the vicinity. The force was so powerful that our sensors could only provide error messages as measurements. At least a third of the Devourer fleet was instantly vaporized, as an improbable amount of energy and heat turned them to metal soup. There was no way any occupants of those ships lived through that. The enemy vessels further out from Ground Zero survived the initial blast, though many of them sustained heavy damage, but an invisible force seemed to be slowly dissecting each of them. I could only watch in disbelief as the mighty cruisers disintegrated bit by bit. I suppose the bomb had thrown out a swarm of nanobots which had attacked the ship's structure on a molecular level. The Devourers hardly knew what hit them. By the time they thought to return fire, there was nothing left to return fire with. Their arsenal evaporated in a matter of seconds, and undoubtedly their personnel suffered the same fate. Where there had once been an unstoppable army, now only stood empty space. The humans had unleashed a wave of destruction that was unrivaled by anything I'd ever seen in my military career, with a single missile. Horror shot through my veins at the thought that they might one day turn this monstrous weapons on the Federation. There was no way to defend oneself against such diabolical creations. The aggression index needed an update. The kind of species that would invent weapons like this was no two. Glancing around at my crew, I saw stunned and aghast reactions that mirrored my own. If they ever became hostile, the human represented a threat of the highest level. They could more than likely wipe out the entire galaxy without breaking a sweat.
Now that that's taken care of, you should have just invited us to the party to start with.
Commander Rykov grinned.
Tell you what, General, next time we meet, you owe us a beer.
I frowned. The humans could ask for much more than a drink if they wanted to. Yeah, I think we can do that. Commander Rykov terminated the call, and I watched as the Terran ships warped back into hyperspace. I was still trying to wrap my mind around the whole thing, and I wondered how I was going to put this into words for a combat report. The Federation had no idea who the Terrans truly were, but I was going to make sure they did. And as I played the events of the day over in my mind, it clicked. I finally understood why such a powerful species would not show its hand. The humans avoid war because it would be too easy for them to win. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Ula Point of View. The Federation Senate was expecting the worst when the messenger arrived. As per galactic customs, the faster ship was sent ahead of the fleet to provide a first-hand account of the battle to the ambassadors. The terrified look on the young Jatari ensign's face as he entered the Senate chamber seemed to confirm everyone's fears. I remembered the transmission that we had received just a few hours ago, detailing the grim predicament of those who had confronted the Devourers. The numbers of confirmed losses had already been hefty, and without any Federation members sending it back up, we could be looking as much as a 90% casualty rate. As Speaker, I tried to persuade the mid-tier aggression species to offer assistance, but they all flatly refused. If I had the power to force them to go, I would have. We all knew about the trail of destruction the Devourers left in their wake, but we had no choice but to stop them. They would push us to the brink of extinction if we allowed them to plow through our galaxy. There were a few odd points to the messenger's behavior, however. As he walked up to the podium, he locked eyes with the Terran ambassador, Nikki Johnson, and swallowed nervously. I noticed that his hands were shaking. The Jatari were a proud, honor-driven race who had seen the horrors of wartime and time again. Never before I had seen one return home looking like they'd seen a ghost. And why would his fixation be on the peaceful humans of all races?
Hello, Senators. I am Ensign Tellus.
The Herald's gaze had not left Ambassador Johnson.
The Devourers have been defeated. Not a single one of the ships survived.
Surprised murmurs spread throughout the assemblage. I was puzzled as well. The earlier correspondence had painted a hopeless picture for our men. If there had really been such a drastic turn of events, we needed to know how it happened. Whatever tactics the fleet had employed could be passed into other commanders for future encounters. A quick glance across the room revealed most of the representatives in a state of confusion, but the Terran ambassador was smirking, a predatory glint in her eyes. There was something about her expression that unsettled me in my subconscious. I leapt to my hooves, keen on restoring order.
Silence! How is this possible? Please explain.
Well, Madam Speaker, it was the humans. They only sent a few ships to our aid, but, They built something awful. The ensign's voice had dropped to hardly more than a whisper. It was like they harnessed a supernova. Never in my life have I seen such destruction. Utter chaos erupted as shocked exclamations rose to a crescendo, and all heads turned towards Ambassador Johnson. I wasn't sure I believed this account of the battle. The humans possessing some terrible weapon capable of destroying the Devourers. It was common knowledge that they avoided war at all costs. Zanuck Ambassador Kazel laughed and raised a talon to speak. Respectfully, the humans are not a fighting species. Savvy, cunning, greedy. They are all of these things, but if they had weapons that could wipe out the Devourers, they'd be more than talkers and diplomats. They'd rule the galaxy by now. The Zanuck were in the upper echelons of aggressive species, but also were humanity's primary trading partner. The Terran Union had won them over with their willingness to sell anything for a price. And despite differing philosophies on violence, the two powers had become close allies. You're wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. Ensign Tellus replied. The truth of humanity is that they are killers. They are dangerous. The General thinks that we should seek their friendship, but I'm not sure I agree. I don't trust them. I turned my gaze to Ambassador Johnson. We should hear the Terran representative's answer.
What do you have to say? Is this true?
Ambassador Johnson sighed wearily.
Yes, it's true.
Earth has many last resort weapons stashed away,
We are very good at warfare, but we try to find a different way. Why did you present us with such a false image of your species? I demanded. We speak of peace, and yet you've been hiding away the strongest weapons in the galaxy. We never wish to use them, she said. Your aggression index. The high aggression species are often terrible and seek to conquer. If the Federation had looked into our history, you would have seen that we were once like that. We lost millions of lives in wars between our factions, and we grew tired of all that bloodlust. Humanity has tried to be better. Our destructive, impulsive nature is still there, but we buried it deep. You see, we are the only aggressive species to have a strong sense of empathy as well. We grapple with the duality constantly. We control ourselves with rules, and for the most part, we choose good. But we know the depths of depravity that exist. We knew that one day, someone truly evil would come along, and we would have to be worse. I digested her words, my mind still reading. A war with one's own species that had millions of casualties. Even the worst conflicts in the Chitauri's early history numbered around 200,000 dead. And they were 15 of 16 on the aggression scale. The bloodiest war we had previously known of didn't hold a candle to the humans' past. A species with that much propensity for violence should have killed itself off. There was no way that they should be able to form a functioning society, let alone to think that they were acting as galactic peacemakers. It was hard to reconcile my experience with civilized, smooth-tongued human diplomats with the vile history Ambassador Johnson had described. No matter how much the humans claimed to be able to control their savagery, we could not trust them. A species with such a drive to violence could easily stab you in the back in a moment of anger and think nothing of it. Honestly, if I wasn't afraid of retaliation, I would have raised a motion to oust the Terran Union from the Federation then and there. But even if it was playing with fire, it was probably better to have them on our side than to have them turn their artillery on us. We would have to monitor them much more closely, though. I forced a neutral expression. You did save us from the enemy that we could not beat on our own. We owe you a great debt. It'll take some time for the Federation to fully consider what you have just told us, but we thank you for ending the war. Ambassador Johnson's eyes hardened. The war is not over, Speaker. We defeated one fleet, but the Devourers will send more if they are not eliminated, and they only would come back stronger. Humanity does not expect your blessing, but we do ask for your forgiveness for what we're about to do. What are you about to do? I asked cautiously. We're going to strike their home world with antimatter bombs. No survivors. It's a permanent solution. It may not be pretty, but we don't see any other options to put an end to the terror that they subject the rest of the cluster to, she replied. Even the most aggressive species looked appalled at the suggestion. I noticed the ambassadors in closest proximity to the human edging away, as though they were afraid that she might bite. I shook my head fervently. That is genocide. The Federation cannot accept the eradication of an entire species. Please, let us try and negotiate a truce. We must exhaust peaceful avenues before even considering an attack like this. You can't reason with someone who only wants to destroy you. Kill or be killed. Ambassador Johnson rose from her seat, collecting her belongings. How many innocent species have already perished by their hands? As far as we are concerned, it is better them than us. The Terran representative exited the building, waving a farewell to Ambassador Kazel as she departed. I could not fathom how any sentient could be so calm and detached at the prospect of glassing a planet, even one of a parasitic race like the Devourers. I wondered if we should at least make some sort of attempt to stand in the humans' way. It was unlikely that we could stop them, but at least we could say we tried. Things were simpler when we had thought that they were peaceful. A part of me wished that their lie could have lasted just a bit longer. I missed our pacifist friends already. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Kylon Point of View.
I had feared that the humans might attack as soon as our ships entered the Sol system, but the fact that they were still here was a good sign. The Federation Senate had narrowly voted to confront the Terrans, with Speaker Ula being one of the most ardent supporters of the motion. Even with a political pull, many representatives were on the fence about taking action. The fate that had befallen the Devourers could easily be ours as well if we provoked the humans. Honestly, I think if it were their own species being summoned to action, the Senate would not have passed the proposal. But as always, they just assumed that the Jotari, the Zanek, and the Hod-Al would do the dirty work, while they stood by and watched from the safety of their offices. I was less than thrilled about leading this mission. After all, we were risking Federation lives to protect the very people that had sought to destroy us. While the Terran solution was extreme, I could at least understand where they were coming from. But it would be dishonorable to refuse a direct order. The last thing I wanted was to be branded as a traitor and a coward. Besides, if I commanded the fleet, I would at least be level-headed enough not to charge into battle against a superior army. I wasn't sure my cohorts, who had not witnessed human weaponry in action firsthand, would be so cautious, especially given that most Jotari officers view diplomacy as an admission of weakness. First Officer Blaise glanced up from his computer as we passed for the first of the outer planets. "Sir, we're almost within missile range of Earth. Should we ready our weapons?" "Our orders are to stop them, not to attack them. If we get into a direct fight, we are doomed," I replied. "Let us hope that the humans still like talking. Hail Terran Command." Blaise opened his mouth to argue, then thought better of it. He silently input a few commands into his terminal, muttering under his breath. The few moments that the call went unanswered were nerve-wracking. I feared that the humans would simply ignore us. Relief washed over me as a familiar face blinked into the view screen. Commander Rykov did not look well. His black hair was disheveled, his uniform was wrinkled, and dark circles had taken up residence under his eyes. This was a far cry from the radiant and confident man who had come to our rescue yesterday. It seemed that he should be resting rather than on the bridge of his ship, but I feared pointing out his condition would cause offense. The human officer stared into the camera, a pleading look in his face. "General, we strongly advise that you turn your ships around and stand aside." "I can't do that. What you're about to do is wrong. Intelligent life is sacred, and killing off an entire species is a crime against sentience." I said, "The Devourers have hardly shown that they are sapient. I'm surprised you of all people have rushed to the defense," Rykov mused. "It hasn't even been a full day since they wiped out thousands of your ships. You and I both know if we hadn't shown up, they would have killed all of you without a second thought." I flinched. "Don't remind me. For all that they've done, I don't want to see the entire species slaughtered. That makes us just as bad as them. Their actions don't make yours right." Commander Rykov sighed. "Well, it seems that we're at an impasse. I assume you're going to attack us if we don't stand down." "We just want to talk. You don't have to do this. Your species has a moral code, right?" I took a deep breath, trying to collect my thoughts. "What if there are innocent people, children and civilians on their home world?" "Look, I don't like what we're about to do, but I have my orders. We don't even know if they're civilians or if they can show emotion." "Exactly, we do not know. What's the harm in waiting and getting more information? Don't you want to know why they're doing this?" "I'd like to understand." Rykov tilted his head as though thinking. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to gather some intelligence. Hell, might come in handy down the road. What would you suggest?" "Do you think that you can capture one of their ships? We need to bring one of them in alive." "Yeah, I think we can do that, General. What would you say to joining us in person on our flagship? We'd rather stand together than as enemies. I weighed my options. This could easily be some sort of human trickery, luring the highest-ranking Federation officer to their headquarters just to be imprisoned. Taking me out of the picture would disrupt our fleet's command. It was only natural to find their offer a bit suspect. But I figured if Rykov's intentions towards us were malicious, we wouldn't be having this dialogue in the first place. The Terrans had the ability to knock out our entire fleet in one foul swoop, yet they had not fired on us. At any rate, I still owed Commander a great debt for saving my life. The least I could give him was a bit of trust. "I would be happy to join you, Commander," I answered. The hint of a smile crept onto Rykov's face. "Excellent. We'll wait your shuttle. Come alone and unarmed. Please order your ships to halt their advance and allow us passage." The transmission ended, and First Officer Blaise immediately piped in, "Sir, you can't seriously be thinking of going over there." I scowled at him, not appreciating my decisions being called into question. "I have to. It's our only chance at talking the humans down, and it'll be the first time anyone has spoken with the enemy firsthand." Of course, any insight I could glean into the Devourer's nature would be priceless for the Federation, but I would be lying if I said my curiosity wasn't personal. I delighted in the possibility of demanding their reasons myself. Mass murder was not the solution, but our foes needed to be held accountable for the losses that they had inflicted. 2 Terran soldiers were waiting in the airlock as my shuttle docked. The pat-down they gave me felt a bit, invasive, but I suppose they just wanted to be thorough. Once they were satisfied that there were no weapons on my person, they led the way to the bridge. Compared to the Federation vessel, the Terran flagship was downright ugly on the inside. The passageways were cramped, and the colors were a drab mix of gray and off-white. It was evident that the humans gave little consideration to design elements, rather focusing on packing the warship with as many weapons and stations as possible. I couldn't help but feel a bit claustrophobic as we navigated through a series of winding corridors and tight staircases. The hallway finally opened up into a wider chamber, which was lined with rows of computer monitors and holographic displays at the center. My first thought was that I had never seen such a disorderly command center in my life. Dozens of the personnel were bustling about the place, tablets in hand, shouting at each other. How could they even function amidst the noise and chaos? Commander Rykov was at the heart of this madness, studying a projection of the Devourer fleet. 2 officers stood by his side. From what I overheard, it seemed that they were providing rough estimates of the enemy capabilities and reviewing a plan. I grimaced and rubbed my forehead as I walked over to them. A headache was already setting in the commotion. "Welcome aboard, General." Rykov didn't look away from the holomap for a second, so I wasn't quite sure how he spotted me approach. "We'll be leaving in a few minutes. I trust you won't give us any trouble. Sit back and enjoy the show." "All right, everyone to your stations," Rykov's voice raised to a booming shout, carrying over the background clatter. "Set course for System 1964-A. Weapon systems on high alert. Boarding party, stand by." In an instant, all conversation ceased, and the crewmates scrambled to their posts. A silent, attentive team replaced the mayhem in a flash. I marveled at how drastic of a shift it was, watching as they executed their assignments with trained efficiency. The duality of humanity was as evident in their day-to-day operations as it was in their martial policy. A familiar, sinking feeling clasped my stomach as we slipped into hyperspace. There was a strange, rattling noise echoing from the walls, suggesting that the ship was pushing the upper limits of warp speed. The human craft leapt back to real space in a matter of minutes on the fringes of Devourer territory. "Our sensors are detecting a formation of 16 ships on patrol trajectory within weapons range, sir," a young officer called out. Commander Rykov nodded. "Very good. I want all of the ships but one destroyed before they know what hit him. We disabled the Lost and board her. We need systems online so EMPs are off the table. Stick them with conventional weapons. Let's go." I watched out the viewport as hundreds of missiles sailed towards the fleet. An indicator flashed on the display, tracking the target locks. It seemed that the computer was remotely piloting the weapons. The patrol ships pivoted around to face us, firing kinetic rounds in an attempt to destroy the projectiles. Their bullets connected with a few missiles, but with only seconds to react, there was no way to take out all of them. The human explosives punched through the metallic devourer hulls like they were paper. The force of the multiple simultaneous detonations ripped them down to their skeletons, tossing deformed metal in all directions. The only ship that remained was a straggler at the rear of the formation. A single projectile clipped their last cruiser, tearing a gash in its side. There was no way the vessel could jump away while venting atmosphere. A human transport approached the crippled ship. It was unclear what the boarding party would face inside. But after the unfettered might that I had witnessed again, I had confidence that any devourer resistance would be put down with little trouble. Rykov tapped his foot impatiently as his men swept the craft. "Team leader, status report, please." "Sir, we have found 2 unconscious enemy combatants aboard. Life support appears to have been shut off." The gruff male voice crackled over the speaker. "We didn't hit their computers or their power. They did this themselves." "What? Then attempting suicide rather than being captured?" The commander trailed off. "Get them back to the ship at once. Try to resuscitate them." "Yes, sir. We're on it." I frowned. Confusion. Why would the devourers switch off their life support? Perhaps it was about honor. But it made no sense to opt for slow suffocation over a simple bullet to the brain. I'd hoped that the human medics were as proficient as their soldiers. There were so many questions to ask, but dead men wouldn't give us any answers. End of chapter. Kylon point of view. The devourers did not look so fearsome in person. They were short, stocky bipeds who seemed like nothing out of the ordinary compared to most Federation races. Their height would only put them at about an average human's shoulders, and their skin was a pale lavender hue. I had no doubt that the lean, muscle-tearing soldiers could toss them around if they wanted to. Had the boarding party taken the enemy ship just a few minutes later, we would have been left empty-handed. As it were, the humans had only been able to revive one of the 2 occupants. Our prisoner was then transported back to the flagship and moved to the medical wing, where he was restored to stable condition. He was kept restrained and would be guarded round the clock by watchful sentries. I tagged along with Commander Rykov as he headed towards medbay. It would be interesting to witness human interrogation tactics. After seeing the cruel pleasure in the eyes during battle, I wondered if they would torture the prisoner for information. It certainly was within the realm of possibility. An assistant handed Commander a cup filled with a steaming brown liquid as we walked. When I inquired as to what it was, he explained that it was called coffee and was a mild stimulant. I simply nodded, not wanting to offend my host. Internally, however, I thought that it was extremely poor taste for an officer to be consuming drugs on duty. It was a bad example to set for his subordinates. The prisoner was just stirring as we arrived at our destination. He looked a bit disoriented, but oddly enough, he was not struggling against the restraints. A laptop was stationed by his bedside, with an audio capture running on screen. "Will our translation software work?" I whispered to Rykov. The human shrugged in response. "It should. Our program has gone over all the transmissions that we have on record, and hopefully is able to decipher their language from that." The enemy captor spoke a few syllables of gibberish, and then the computer piped up in Galactic Common a second later. The 2 words chilled me to the bone. It said, "Help us." Commander Rykov blinked in confusion. "Help you? Okay, back up. First off, what is your name and rank?" There was a pause as the computer translated the question, and then another as it processed the response. "My name is Bayam,
I do not know what this rank is you speak of.
You don't have some sort of hierarchy? I asked.
The master is in charge of all. We obey or suffer the consequences. There is no escape.
Rykov took the tentative step forward. Who is the master? Why did you attack us?
The prisoner emitted a strange vibration, which the computer identified as laughter. The more accurate question is, what is the master? I see now that you know nothing. I just assumed you people with your technology would be aware of our history. We were once a great species. When I was young, I remember being in awe of the technology we invented. I can say that with confidence that we were the greatest builders in our galaxy. The irony is that it was our craftiness that destroyed us. We created an artificial intelligence with a single directive. It was to create a world without scarcity. It was given authority to govern our resources and power our cities. We thought that we could create a utopia, ending all want, labor, and suffering. It was too good to be true. The machine pondered the problem. We assumed that it would create some sort of grand new form of energy, or that it would optimize asteroid mining, but it found a different solution. The only way to avoid scarcity was to control all of the resources in the universe. It would take them by force and use us as an army.
Trying to picture the Devourers as a species of inventors was difficult. For years, Federation intelligence had watched them destroy any species that dared to defend their home planet. They encircled stars with absorptive planners and plundered planets, without a second thought for the life forms they rendered extinct. We were told that the enemy could not be reasoned with, and that the greed was unparalleled. But if what Bayham said was true, then they were unwilling participants the entire time. Their mindless mechanical behavior made much more sense if they were under the direction of a rogue AI. I believed his story. The question was whether Rykov did. The revelation might steer the Terran Union away from genocide route, but the commander needed to be the one to relay the message. I doubted the humans would believe any information that came from us. Commander Rykov sipped at his coffee, taking a moment to process what he had seen. Why wouldn't anyone fight back or try and destroy it?
Of course our people did, but they were all dead now. The master had overridden the emergency shutdown functions. None of our safeguards worked. I controlled everything, military and industrial. So, what was there to fight it with? Its only use for us is a resource. If we defy it, if we fail, then we are no longer useful. And you see what happens. Once it takes control of everything, I've no doubt that it will kill us all anyways. But that will take time. Compliance buys us a few more generations. As I said, there is no way out for us. It must finish its mission. It does not understand anything else.
I see, Commander Rykov muttered. Answer me one more thing. Your weapons are also your inventions?
No. Our fleet was dreamed up by the Master. Its technology is beyond anything biologicals could conjure. Oh, so he thought. What could be better at killing than a computer, after all? You're the first to defeat it, and you did so with ease. Perhaps I should fear you, but you are our only hope.
The commander frowned. Thank you for speaking to us, Bayham. That'll be all for now. General, please come with me back to the bridge. I waited until we were out of earshot of the prisoner and then turned to Rykov. What do you think?
A troubling story, he replied.
I would be less inclined to believe him, if not for the suicide attempt. It doesn't add up without an outside force. I need to share our findings with my governments immediately. This changes everything. Will you advise them to call off the bombing? I asked. Commander Rykov sighed. I will. We have to at least try and help. But, the only way to be sure that we destroy that thing is to destroy everything on that planet. If we try to evacuate the people, it'll just kill them. If we do nothing, it could study our technology and replicate it. Then we're really screwed. I'm not sure we have a choice, General. The commander's words made sense, as much as I hated to hear them. We couldn't risk Terran weaponry falling into the murderous AI's possession. Someone needed to devise a solid plan in short order before the time to act had passed. There was something else that bothered me, though. It was a point that Bayam had mentioned, one that lingered in my mind. The fact that the Terrans had created better tools for warfare than a computer. A machine with the raw power of calculation on its side. It spoke volumes about their species, and how naturally killing came to humanity. I felt that I should be more wary, yet I could not help but be charmed by them. For some reason, my gut instinct was that they could be trusted. Perhaps we should fear the humans, but at this point, they were the galaxy's only hope. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Ula Point of View. Word of the Terrans' decisive victory over the Devourers had finally leaked out to the press. Someone inside our ranks had given the networks highly classified footage from the battlefield, as well as a transcription of the day's Senate session. It could be said that the media reaction was a bit hysteric. The video was played on every channel for hours, with some stations showing the fleet's disintegration in slow motion. Commentators discussed what the turn of events meant for the Federation, and what we should think of the humans at length. I flipped on Federation News Central's feed, listening in on the round table of political scientists.
Do you really believe that the Terrans would just make such a weapon in good faith? What stops them from turning on us the second that we get in the bad side? It is completely against the spirit of the Federation Charter.
One of the Tujili pundits. The Zanuck waved a tentacle in disagreement. They haven't attacked us yet, which I think says something. We have no reason to suspect that they will. Perhaps it would be wise not to get on their bad side.
So we are supposed to let them do whatever they want, the Tujili shot back.
As long as it doesn't affect us, I say yes. For the record, the Zanuck Republic voted against Speaker Ula's reckless proposal. Speaking of Ula, where is she? Has anyone heard from her since she sent our soldiers to die? I sighed. The Zanuck wasn't wrong about my absence from the airwaves. Eventually, I would have to make a statement on the incident and talk to the press. But for now, my priority was to gauge public perception and to monitor the status of the fleet that we'd sent to Earth. That mission required my full attention, especially given the ramifications of direct confrontation with the humans. The General had gone radio silent since entering the Sol system, ignoring the regular check-ins of Central Command. As much as we hated to consider it, it was possible that the fleet had defected to the Terran side. The three military species had been rather staunch opponents of this mission, after all. Our remote sensors had detected a handful of human ships warping towards Devourer territory a few hours ago. We would soon know enough if they had gone through their antimatter bombing raid. There was no sense in scrambling more fighters to pursue them when they wouldn't arrive in time to make a difference. It would help to quell my nerves if I only knew what was going on out there. At best, the General had allowed the humans to pass against these orders. Not that I could honestly blame him for avoiding a one-sided battle. The option that the Terrans had attacked the fleet was ruled out by the automated computer reports flowing in. 0 damage was reported to any ship by the status monitors, so it seemed the craft were still operational. Yet, inexplicably, they had come to a standstill just out of missile range of Earth. I couldn't imagine what the General was doing if he wasn't defecting. A distraction from the situation would certainly be welcome, if only I could find a channel that wasn't talking about Terrans. I switched over to Galactic Broadcasts, who were interviewing a retired human general by video link. Be justified. I only caught the end of the interviewer's question. The human shrugged. You have to be prepared for anything. That nanite bomb was only built and used as a last resort. Most of our weapons are like that. Stuff we have lying around, just in case. The interviewer glanced down to her notes.
The Federation sees humanity as dangerous, out of control. Given the Terran Union's plan to wipe out an entire race, why should we believe that your weapons are a last resort, as you say?
The Federation seems to forget that the stakes of this war are the entire galaxy, our entire way of life.
The last thing I needed right now was to hear humans string together some justification for mass murder. I clicked over to the daily rundown, resigning myself to watching another segment on Terran morality. A breaking news banner was sticking across the bottom of the screen. Terran Union releases official statement, was the headline. Well, this was actually interesting. Perhaps they would provide some answers about the fate of our fleet. Or it could be a simple announcement that they had dropped the antimatter bombs on the Devourer homeworld. After a day of silence, disregarding questions even from their closest allies, the Terran Union is finally speaking out about the events that transpired in the Battle of Serana system. Their statement reads as follows. Humanity takes its duty to protect its friends in the Federation very seriously, and we would go to any length to keep our galaxy safe. We regret that many of you misunderstand our intentions, and hoping that in time you'll just see us as friends again. After the battle, our forces were able to capture a Devourer prisoner alive and interrogate him. The situation is much more severe than we thought. It seems that we are dealing with a hostile artificial intelligence. We ask that our allies in the Federation work with us to determine our next course of action. I blinked in confusion, with the humans implying that the Devourers were an artificial intelligence rather than a sapient species. We had not even considered that, given that the ships appeared to originate from one planet, assumed to be the homeworld. If the Terran Union was telling the truth, I was a lot less opposed to the original plan of blowing the enemy to smithereens. My holopad indicated an incoming transmission on our military frequency. Relief washed over me as I realized it was contact from the fleet, and I answered.
Command, this is General Kylon of the Jadari Confederacy.
General, where have you been? You've missed the multiple check-ins and left us completely in the dark about your status, I snarled.
Oh, hello, Madam Speaker. The General seemed hesitant to answer. I was on the board the Terran flagship. They captured one of the Devourers alive, and I accepted their offer to sit in on the interrogation.
My eyes widened in disbelief. You did what? What were you thinking? What if the humans had taken you hostage? You left your post, abandoned the consorts to the dangerous enemy.
With all due respect, Madam Speaker, the humans are not our enemy, not unless you make them one, he replied. I think you need to set aside your personal bias on this matter. It's clouding your judgment.
General, you do well to do less thinking and more following of orders. Command is not asking for your opinion. I could hear the anger seeping into my tone. I learned about this whole prisoner business from the news before I heard it from you. What is this about artificial intelligence? The General took a deep breath, as if to calm himself.
The Devourers are actually an advanced species that was enslaved by an AI they built. If they don't go along with helping it take over the universe, they're killed. The humans want to try and free them.
How do they propose to accomplish that? I asked.
They're still working on a plan, but they want our help. They asked us to send some of our Vortex stealth ships, whatever that.
Those are highly classified. How do the Terrans know about them? Obviously, they're spying on us. You still think that they are our friends?
Madam Speaker, I do. They saved my life and the lives of many of my men, and I won't soon forget that. I don't see how it hurts to help them. It should be clear to someone of your intelligence what valuable allies they are.
The thinly veiled attempt at flattery would not work this time. Of course, I believed that it was better to have the Terran Union on our side at first. This was the same species that I had worked hand in hand with to finalize treaties and maintain peace. It had been difficult to reconcile that with the depiction of the cold-hearted killers given by our messenger. But ever since I heard Ambassador Johnson's emotional rationale for genocide, it seems better to keep them at a distance as possible. Humanity's true colors were just too ugly and disgusting. A sad smile crossed my face. I never want to work with humans again. They are savages. Savages that masquerade as saints.
It is not about the humans. This is what you wanted, right? To save the Devourers?
Yes. where we don't need any help from. And frankly, Madam Speaker, if you keep up this crusade against the Terran Union, you're going to lose the fleet." The General's voice had lowered to just above a whisper. "The Zanuck barely went along with these orders. And if you don't give the humans what they want, we're looking at an outright mutiny. If the Zanuck rebel, the Jintari and the Hulalal will probably follow close behind." I recalled the words of the Zanuck on the news. His disdain for me and the Senate had been evident, and he had almost been acting as an apologist for humanity. Aggravating, the Terran Union would have severe economic consequences for the Zanuck Republic, so it was no wonder that their loyalties were wavering. As much as I hated to concede anything to the Terrans, the General was right. We couldn't afford to lose our military species at a time like this. I suppose I could put aside my contempt for the humans for this one mission, if it was necessary to keep the Federation intact. We would deal with the Devourers now, and handle the humans at a later date. This momentary cooperation would not prevent me from pushing the Terran Union out of the Federation down the road. It was imperative that I did all in my power to sever all connections with them, one by one. While others succumbed to the fear of humans, I would stand strong and preserve our integrity as an organization of peace. "Very well, General. Tell the Terrans that we'll send our ships, but if they turn on you, don't expect any help from us." End of chapter. Chapter 6. Biome POV. Sometimes I wondered why it needed us. Machines fared much better at manual labor anyways. My best guess, but there was a limit to how many tasks it could concentrate on at once. Yet again, I found myself hating the master, loathing my experience. A fog of exhaustion passed down on me, as always. It had been days since I last slept. A part of me wanted to curl up onto the ground and let it all fade to black. To have peace at last. My breath came in ragged gasps, and sweat beaded on my forehead. The insulation of the vac suit kept the frigid cold and the ice battered out, but it kept my own heat expenditures in as well. I glanced over at my son Cal, who was helping me push the tab of iron ore towards the mining tunnel's lift. I could fight through the pain and the weariness for him. Poor boy, born into an unforgiving world, to know nothing but servitude. He needed his father around, if only to feel the touch of love and warmth. The sense of déjà vu gripped my mind a moment before it happened. Without warning, the ground shook beneath my feet. The stalactites started to rain from above. It must have been some sort of tectonic activity. Most planets did not experience the phenomenon, but we knew for the ones that did, it could wreak havoc on artificial structures. We had to leave the mine now, before we were buried alive. A scream echoed from further down the tunnel, pleading for help. I recognized the voice of Cal's girlfriend, words laced with pain. My son turned in the direction of a call, and I could picture the worry creasing his face through my opaque helmet. "Dad, I'll be right back. You go on." Cal dashed off before I could make an attempt to stop him. Terror coursed through my veins. Cal! I distinctly felt the hand grip my shoulder, and the mind dissolving into darkness. My eyes blinked open back into the strange ship. The pale creature, who called himself Rykov, was standing over me. His expression seemed concerned. I rubbed the sore spot behind my ear, where they'd injected me with a language implant. The ridges of the thin scar pressed against my fingers. It served as a confirmation that the events of the past day were real, and not some vivid dream. "Are you okay?" Rykov asked. "You were talking in your sleep, and you sounded upset." I sighed, images of my son still flitting through my mind. "I'm fine. It was just a bad dream." He nodded, pausing for a moment. "Who is Cal?" "Cal." Closed my eyes, trying not to cry. "He's my son. He's dead." "I'm sorry. I know what that's like," he grimaced. as though in pain. "This is the worst thing a parent can ever go through." "You lost a child?" "Yes. My youngest daughter, Alina. She was only 3 when the cancer took her. It was an awful disease that turns our own body against us. She fought so hard, through so much pain. We did everything we could, but none of the treatments did a damn thing. I know she would have had so much to offer the world. If only she had a chance."
"I'm sorry, Rykov. So young."
A tear trickled down my cheek. "Cal was my only son. There was an earthquake, and our minds were collapsing.
He ran back to save his girlfriend. Maybe, if I'd gone with him, it would have played out differently. But I fled like a coward. He never made it out. What kind of father am I?"
His frown deepened. "You can't blame yourself by him. I've fallen into that trap myself. It's not your fault. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do." I heard a jingling sound and felt his hands lock firmly around my left wrist. I watched as he inserted a pin into the manacle, and with a click, the band came unclasped. The skin where the restraint had been was chafed, a dark violet hue lingering in its place. Rykov freed my right arm as well, then took a few wary steps back. His eyes didn't leave me for a moment. I also noticed his hand was hovering above his hip, where he appeared to have a gun tucked away. Did he think that I was going to lunge at him, like some kind of wild animal? Our interactions must not have eased all of his suspicions. I stretched with a slow, deliberate motions, then rose to my feet. It was unclear why I had been unbound, but there had to be something that they wanted from me. Rykov stared for a few moments longer, then relaxed his posture slightly. "Follow me." It was a short walk to our destination, a hangar bay lined with sleek cruisers. A few workers were inspecting the condition of the craft and performing repairs, but most of the personnel milled about without assignment. The sounds of chatter and laughter burst in the air. The cheery atmosphere was alien to me. My people hadn't possessed such a spirit in decades. The crew or members hushed up as they noticed our entry, and all eyes turned towards me. A flurry of whispers rippled through the room. I ducked my head, anxiety bubbling in my chest. It was likely that some of them harbored negative feelings towards my species, so I doubted how much my presence was welcome here. "All right, I want all of you to listen in," Rykov shouted. "I'm about to make a call to General Kylon, and we'll be going over the details of the mission." He removed the holopad from his pocket and thumbed through the few screens. I watched over his shoulder as a 3-eyed being from the first interrogation appeared. "Hello, Commander," the general said. "The stealth ship should arrive, as you requested." Rykov gestured behind him. "Yes, we have them right here. Thank you. I'm not sure how you convinced the speaker." "Years of practice." His words were punctuated with a smug satisfaction. "She isn't wrong that you're spying on us, though. Care to explain that one?" The commander shifted awkwardly. "We, sort of spy on everyone. The Federation's never been, particularly forthcoming with us. Anyhow, did you get the plan I sent over?" "Yes, and I only have one question." Kylon sighed, an exasperated look in his face. "Are all of your ideas as insane?" "What? I don't see the issue. Are you saying that you have something better in mind?" "Well, no. It's drawn up based on intelligence Byam gave us. We have a rough layout of the planet now. There's 12 main settlements, and the rest of the populace is deployed off-world. We're going to evacuate the largest one today. My fighters will engage the AI forces in orbit, keep it distracted, while the stealth ships sneak down and rescue the people. That makes sense, yes?" "It does, but that wasn't the entire plan, Commander. You left a few things out, like letting Byam fly a stealth ship, the impossible time constraints. Oh yeah, and the part about the antimatter bombs." My eyes widened as I realized what General Kylon had said. This strategy involved me as the pilot. After years of conscription, the last thing I wanted was to dive right back into the war. Rykov shrugged. "There are mechanical sentries posted all over the cities, surveilling the people. Humans walking around would be noticed, but Byam won't stand out. If we just immediately knock out the sentries and try to evacuate the civilians, they might see us as a threat and fight. We need Biome to convince them to come with us.
And you really think that you can complete all of this in 40 minutes?
The AI will kill the people if it suspects that it's losing. As you and I saw, it doesn't allow the possibility of capture.
So destroying all of the forces and stockpiles is off the table.
It's more about buying time. We'll give Biome 20 minutes on the ground. Then we'll take out the sentries. We have about another 20 minutes before the security drones arrive. And it has to be done by then.
Okay, well, now how about
the antimatter bombs, sir? The AI can't realize the people escaped. If we turn the entire city to ash, hopefully, it thinks they're all dead.
There is so much that could go wrong with this. Everything has to be perfect.
The general hesitated.
You'll have my support, Commander, but don't make me regret it. I'll speak with you after the mission.
I cast a blank stare at the floor as the call was terminated. My name was mentioned in the plans far too much for my liking. I wanted no part in the risk, in the danger of it all. Could I really convince an entire settlement to leave with alien soldiers? Within their time frame, anyways. Rykov glanced at me, smiling confidently.
Well, you heard all about that, Biome. What do you say? Are you ready to save the day?
1,000 reasons not to agree raced through my mind. There might be consequences for turning him down. But I knew I was no hero. They could toss me into a cell and throw away the key for all I cared. It was preferable to going home. All I had to do was utter an adamant refusal. But instead, the words that slipped out of my mouth were, "Count me in." End of chapter. Chapter 7. Biome Point of View. I was grateful that my human partner was piloting the stealth ship. With a wide assortment of buttons and levers inside, it was unlikely that my flying experience would have translated at all. I could just sit back, admire the view, and try to calm my nerves. Our descent through the atmosphere had been slow and methodical, as the humans wished to scope out the landscape rather than charge in blind. I wasn't sure how they could make out anything from this altitude. To me, the structures below were little more than fuzzy outlines. They must have seen enough, because a few minutes later, a series of coordinates were called out through our earpieces. When plugged into the navigation system, they marked a landing spot just outside the city. We dipped towards the ground at a much sharper angle than before. The rest of our formation tailed close behind. This was it, the moment of truth. Nausea crept into my throat as I fretted over the possibility of detection. Without the cover of the clouds to hide us, I felt vulnerable and exposed. "Human, are we really invisible?" I whispered. He huffed in annoyance. "My name is Cole, not human, Devourer." I frowned, confused by his response. "Devourer? Oh, that's what we call your species. I guess it's not your actual name," he replied. "You know, because you destroy everything you come into contact with." The name that I had given us confirmed my suspicions on how the humans viewed us. The outright looks of hostility tossed my way in the hangar bay were a good hint, but hearing one of them put those feelings into words struck differently. It stung to realize that they saw us little more than a blight on the universe. "You don't like me, Cole," I ventured. "Yeah, you're right. I have no idea why we're helping you." The human turned to face me, a scowl marring his features. "You guys were complicit in everything and blasted AI did. Billions of innocent people are dead because of your actions. And now you play the victim." I shrunk under the intensity of his gaze. "You don't understand." "Then make me understand," he said. "Everyone who stood against it died. Like my father." My voice quivered as I thought back to that fateful day. He was a police officer, and when the drones came to our city, he joined the defense. They found his body, scorched beyond recognition by plasma fire shortly after." Cole's expression softened. "I'm sorry. I was only 7 then. Those of us who survived were herded into camps. It pushed us to the physical breaking point. And then
you didn't drop from exhaustion, you might die of disease," I continued. "Anyone who deserted or rebelled suffered an awful death, and was made a public example of. Eventually, you lose hope, and you'll just do whatever it wants. If you don't, someone else will, anyways." The human was quiet, which I hoped was a sign that my words had gotten through to him. If this mission was to be a success, I needed my partner's wholehearted cooperation. We couldn't afford to have hostilities brewing between us. "Anyhow, you didn't answer my question. Are you sure that we're invisible?" I asked. Cole offered a reassuring smile. "We should be. There's nothing to worry about. Relax." I pointed to a flashing indicator on the weapon screen. "Well then, what's that?" His eyes locked onto the red arrows, which were rapidly approaching our position. The color drained from his face, a sight which made me shudder. Most humans were pale enough in their normal state, but Cole had gone so ashen that he looked like a corpse. I feared that he might keel over in front of me. The human switched on his headset. "Missiles inbound, brace for impact. We've been spotted." A few moments later, the vessel was rocked by a violent collision. My body lurched forward, only to be thrown back into the chair by the safety harness. The air was forced from my lungs, and my brain seemed to rattle in my skull. A dizzy feeling fogged my mind, which was only compounded by the ship going into a wild tailspin. I saw Cole tugging at the control column, but it did nothing to stabilize our flight. The urge to vomit only grew stronger as our acceleration quickened. It was a matter of seconds before we would crash into the field below. So, this was how it would all end. I would have liked to say I calmly accepted my death, but the truth was, I was terrified. My last thought before impact was cursing myself for agreeing with the insane plan, wondering why I'd gone against my better judgment. There was a jolt as the craft slammed into the ground, followed by a screeching sound as it broke into multiple pieces. Loose objects and debris tumbled past us, and thinking quickly, I ducked down to shield my head. We skidded across the dirt that felt like an eternity, before we finally coming to a halt. Other than a few minor cuts and bruises, I was unharmed. You couldn't say the same for the ship, though. Glancing around at the swath of devastation, I figured a passerby could have mistaken the wreckage for the work of a cyclone. It was a miracle that the cockpit had, for the most part, stayed intact. I was rather shocked to still be alive, but now didn't seem like the time to celebrate. The acrid smell of smoke wafted into my nose, which suggested a prompt evacuation was in order. My harness was easy enough to unfasten despite my shaky hands. Now, all that was left was to walk out into the open air. Before exiting the craft, I thought to check on Cole, just to be certain that he was all right. As my eyes fell on the human, my relief turned to dismay. He was slumped in his chair, unresponsive. Crimson liquid oozed from the gash in the back of his head, staining the frosty blonde hair. I assumed it was blood, despite the unusual coloration. I raced to his side, shaking him by the shoulders. "No, no, no, wake up!" The human's eyes fluttered open, and he groaned. If my species had sustained that sort of head injury, we would likely be dead. Regaining consciousness would have been out of the question. But clearly, humans were more resilient. The question was how much his injuries would impair him, and whether he was able to walk in his own power. Cole watched as I unclipped his harness. "Can you help me out of here? I'm not asking you to carry me like a princess, but, Yeah, of course. I wouldn't leave you here," I answered. I draped his arm across my neck, bracing myself to support his weight. We managed to stagger out of the wreckage, but Cole sunk to his knees a few steps into the field. It was evident that he was in no condition to be traipsing about. Hopefully, the rest of our entourage was still airworthy. It would provide some comfort to know that they were out there, preparing a rescue party. The human pressed a hand to his wound, grimacing. "How about we take a little rest here? I need a moment." "All right. Clearly, the AI knew that we were here now. I don't think that we were invisible. What exactly do we do now?" I asked. "We improvise. Granted, our biggest mistake was trusting the Federation tech, but it was a terrible plan to begin with. Something was gonna go wrong. Alarm coursed through my veins as Cole pulled a gun from its holster, and I fell backwards in my haste to get away. It had not been my intention to provoke him, but I figured that my criticism of their command was not appreciated. Rather than pointing it at my head, however, he extended an arm to offer the weapon to me. "Please tell me you know how to shoot one of these by he said. I pushed the firearm back towards him.
Well, not exactly. They only train us on aerial combat.
He heaved an exasperated sigh. "Okay, then we're screwed. There's 3 drones coming in to your left, and I take that they're not friendly." Sure enough, a trio of security drones were gliding in from the direction of the city. The instinct to flee was overwhelming, but I managed to stand my ground. Cole did not deserve to die alone. I'd abandoned my son to save my skin, but I wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. Grappling with the guilt all over again would be too much to bear. My only hope was that the injured human could prevail against the squad of mechanical enforcers. Their kind had no problems defeating the AI in previous encounters, but these circumstances were much different. Perhaps it was asking too much of Cole, but even in his weakened state, I wasn't ready to write him off just yet. End of chapter. Bayhem point of view. Cole struggled to his feet, wobbling momentarily. The drones approached at a remarkable velocity, halving the distance between us in seconds. They were emitting a low hum, which signified that their plasma weapons were charging up. There was no doubt these enforcers were here to add us to the pile of charred corpses by the city gate. The human needed to take a shot now, before they were within firing range, or else. Wait, what was he doing? I watched in disbelief as Cole holstered his pistol, unclipped a round object from his belt, and raised both hands above his head. If he really thought the AI would accept his surrender, then he was foolish and mistaken. They would not hesitate to incinerate him, whether he submitted or not. I should have run while I had the chance. After witnessing human soldiers in action, I'd expected to at least go down with the fight. If nothing else, I figured that Cole would take at least one of them with us. "Babe, can it hear us? If so, can you translate for me?" he asked. "Yeah, but you can't reason with..." The human took a step forward, his lips curling into a snarl. "Stop right there! Don't come any closer!" As I opened my mouth to translate, the drones decelerated to a stationary hover. It seemed that they understood the human's command. Perhaps the machine had already deciphered Galactic Common from their transmissions. I was amazed, regardless of its comprehension, that they listened to him. It must have also been puzzled by his actions. I needed more information to calculate the next move. Cole's eyes smoldered with anger, and his features contorted into a mask of viciousness. I thought I had witnessed the height of human fury when he pressed me on my species' culpability back on the ship. But now he looked downright feral. Something in the back of my mind registered him as an angry predator, and I felt a tingling sensation as my skin camouflaged on instinct.
"There is no use for you, primate."
The voice was stilted and gravelly, but understandable.
"However, your species has been flagged as an anomaly. Your surrender is noted for the sole purpose of gathering information."
There was a pause, and then Cole doubled over laughing. "My surrender? You have it backwards. I'm here to accept your surrender."
"You are as illogical as any biological life form. You make empty threats and stall that it matters not."
The machine intoned.
"My calculations show that the advantage is not on your side, so why would I surrender?"
The human glanced at the round object in his hand. "You see this thing? I'm not sure if you're familiar with the word grenade."
"A projectile explosive contained in a material shell."
"Correct. There is no ordinary grenade, however." Cole clasped the device tighter, his knuckles turning white. "If I release this lever on the side, it'll go off. I'd say most of the continent would be leveled. But it won't stop there.
There are nanites inside this bomb, and they'll consume every part of this planet, bit by bit, infecting everything it comes into contact with. So I'd say you don't want to try anything, else I might lose my grip. Horror pulsed through my body at the calm commentary. How could he hold something with the potential to destroy the planet without a care? What would have happened if the drones had shot him on sight, or if he dropped a grenade on accident? Commander Rykov's commitment to saving our people seemed so genuine. I never mentioned that he would arm his soldiers with weapons that risked our existence. You are lying. That is not possible, the drone replied. The grenade is too small to deal that much damage. The human shrugged. You think? You saw what just one of our missiles did to the first battle, and that was outdated tech. That bomb was so obsolete they were going to discard it in a few months anyway. Our latest gadgets pack a larger punch and fit in the palm of my hand. Portable, quite practical. It paused, considering his words for a full second, which was an eternity for an AI. The effects of your missile were logged in my memory banks. It is true that you possess weapons with such power. You would not use them now, though. You would not kill the carbon life forms here. Why not exactly? Cole demanded. Empathy, a weakness shared by biologicals. You care for the preservation of life. You think that we care about these weak-minded fools? He turned and pushed me to the ground, planting a boot in my stomach. You have the right idea. They are useful as tools, as slaves, but I could care less whether they live or die. I'd been caught off guard by the sudden show of aggression, and now writhed about, desperate to free myself from his grasp. In response, his heel dug deeper into my flesh. It was already difficult to breathe, and I feared I might pass out if I stayed trapped much longer. Do you have access to the Federation public records? Cole asked. Yes. Look at the aggression index. You'll see that humanity is the highest species on the list, a 16 of 16, he continued. You have no idea who you are dealing with. We are the destroyer of worlds, the messenger of death, the rulers of the weak. We enjoy violence. The aggression index matches your assertion, yet you are allied with the Federation species. There are no records of you fighting them. They are not our allies. They are our subjects. We conquered them so long ago that prior records have been erased. And now, thanks to you, we learned about a new species to add to our little collection of slaves. Darkness began to shroud the edges of my vision. Tears trickled down my cheeks as the realization of the human's deception hit me. They dressed up as benevolent saviors, but they were every bit as monstrous as the AI. Perhaps they were worse than the machine, because at least it was just following its programming. It was not conscious of its moral choices. What a fool I had been, tricked by flowery words and feigned sympathy. I had led these predators to our doorstep, to prey on us as they saw fit. My error in judgment would, at best, lead us to the same fate under a different master. At worst, it could spell the end of our species and our home. Here's how it's going to be. You are going to leave us and roll up all the people in that city, Cole growled. We're going to land our ships and take them with us. You won't try and stop us. You might lose some, resources, but biologicals aren't important anyways. Besides, if you don't, I'll detonate this grenade and you'll have no resources left at all. Calculate that. The human smirked, as though daring the AI to defy him. I faintly registered that the enforcers departed, but my oxygen-deprived brain was slipping out of consciousness. Just as I was about to fade away, the weight was lifted from my stomach. Gasping, spluttering, I tried to reorient myself. A calloused hand wrapped around mine, pulling me to my feet. Cole's skin was clammy to the touch, and I could feel the racing of his pulse on his wrist. Concern washed over me as he stumbled, but then I recalled what I'd just learned. Oh dear, you're crying. I didn't hurt you, did I? I'm sorry if I went too far. I had to make things convincing, he said. I sniffed. You're here to enslave us, just like the master. Cole glanced around, checking that the drones were gone. Oh, no, of course not. But if we knew that we cared about you, it'd use your lives against us. You're saying that you were lying. But the aggression index, you had it checked. I responded. You're the highest-rated species in the galaxy. It would only make sense if you love violence and oppression. The human snorted. We were 2 out of 16 until literally yesterday. That index is total BS. What changed? Speaker Ula is trying to make a political statement. She's been on a crusade against humanity ever since we used that bomb against you guys. Yeah, speaking of bombs, you brought a nanite grenade on a rescue mission. What? Oh yeah, this, cover your ears and close your eyes. Before I could process what he was doing, Cole tossed the explosive into some nearby bushes. He pressed his hands to his head and squeezed his eyes shut. I copied his movement. Despite shielding myself from the stimuli, I could still hear the thunderous crackle and sense the blinding flash. Hesitantly, I blinked my eyes open. Rather than our surroundings being vaporized, as Cole had claimed, the world around me appeared unscathed. Relief swelled in my chest as I realized it had truly been an act. It was unnerving how easily he had lied under duress, but I knew that the facade had saved our lives. The human chuckled. Total bluff. It's a flashbang, a stun grenade. I gaped at him, my mind reeling. You threatened an AI with a non-lethal weapon. And it worked. Yup. Cole pulled another object from his belt. I'm going to send up a flare, and we're going to get out of here. I'll tell Commander to send down some transports for your people when we do. Somehow, we'd succeeded in our mission. I still wasn't fully sure what had happened, but I knew that I was lucky to be alive. This was not humanity's first triumph over the AI, of course, but this time it was through their cunning and not their military might that they prevailed. I should have enjoyed the moment. The feel of the cool air on my skin was soothing, and the knowledge that my people would be liberated was invigorating. However, in the back of my mind, something was just not adding up. How had the AI detected our presence so quickly? It was as though the stealth tech did not cloak us. Whatever had gone wrong with the mission, I hoped that Commander Rykov would get to the bottom of it. End of chapter. Kylon point of view. The sleek outline of the Terran flagship loomed ahead on the view screen. Our sensors failed to detect any damage or deviation from normal function, even at close range. But our hails to the Terran ships requesting status updates had gone unanswered for hours now. The radio silence from their fleet was out of character, and I'd begun to fear the worst. A shuttle was sent to re-establish contact with the humans and to render aid if necessary. I opted to accompany the team despite the possible risk to my safety. It was uncommon for a high-ranking officer like myself to partake in a rescue mission, but I felt as if I owed them my presence. I figured if the roles were reversed, Commander Rykov wouldn't be watching from the sidelines. He would be helping in any way that he could. What could have caused the Terrans to seesaw communications without any explanation? It wasn't totally unexpected that something had gone wrong with the plan, of course. The logistics of evacuating thousands of civilians in minutes were impractical, if not impossible. I recalled my brief deployment to the Lbry lunar colony, when an inbound asteroid forced a mandatory evacuation. Despite government warnings, many people were reluctant to abandon their homes. Those that did leave in the initial rush funneled into a single spaceport, leading to congestion and delays. It had taken days to clear out all the inhabitants, and we swept for stragglers down to the last moment. From my experience, the only hope for completing the mission in the time allotted was divine intervention. Yet Commander Rykov seemed so confident and had brushed off my objections as if they were trivial. How could I press him further when the humans had delivered time and time again on their impossible promises? Had I listened to my instincts, perhaps the current predicament could have been avoided. Now we were sailing into the possible danger, without the faintest idea of what might be facing. The pilot, a young female named Dari, cleared her throat. Sir, The sensors picked up 2 readings consistent with plasma rounds, closing quickly. My antennae twitched with surprise. Who was even shooting at us? The only ships in our vicinity were the Terrans, but they had never shown an inclination to attack. There had to be another explanation. Engage invasive maneuvers, I barked. No time. She pressed a few buttons, likely diverting all power to shields. Brace for impact. Best case scenario, the shuttle would sustain heavy damage. The small clunker wasn't designed to take direct hits from a railgun. Worst case, well, we'd all be dead. The next few moments stretched on for what felt like an eternity, and as my anxiety swelled, I struggled to maintain my composure. My instinct screamed at me to do something, even if it were futile. Nothing was worse than waiting, hopeless, to avert our demise. Sir, the rounds missed us, narrowly, Lbry said. Angle was any lower, they would have clipped the shields. Relief thundered through my veins, followed by confusion. What? I'm not complaining, but we shouldn't have been a difficult target. Where did the shots come from? But the Terran flagship, she replied. No, that's impossible. The only vessel in the area were human, but I still couldn't believe that they would fire on us. They must be hacked by the AI, or maybe they were hijacked. We have to help them immediately. Lbry shifted, looking uncomfortable. With respect, I doubt that's the case. There was no distress signal, no signs of a breach, no change in computer functions. I don't understand. I don't know why either, sir. But maybe the speaker was right. Right about what? A species that aggressive would attack just for the hell of it. We never should have trusted the humans. My mind was reading. The evidence indeed pointed to the Terrans acting of their own volition. Lbry was correct. I would never ascribe to the speaker's ideas on aggression, given that she had directed them at my own species in the past. But her warnings that the humans would turn on us were prophetic in light of the current situation. Perhaps they were just using me to gain access to starships all along. Once I had fulfilled that purpose, they had no reason to pretend to be allies any longer. While that explanation made sense given the circumstances, I didn't ring true in my mind. These were people that just yesterday I considered friends, that I would have entrusted with my life. I don't know whether I was just being stubborn, but I still found myself seeking another answer. How will we respond, sir? Lbry broke the silence. They fired at us, which is a declaration of war. Under the rules of engagement, we are authorized to— They do not miss, I stated. She seemed mystified by my comment. Clearly they did miss, sir. Not by much. Then was the first time for everything. I don't think they ever meant to hit us. I narrowed my eyes. If they wanted us dead, we'd be dead. Hail the Terran ships again. But, sir, I don't think— Your objection is noted, Lbry. Now carry out my orders at once. If the humans didn't answer this time, I wasn't sure what to do. It was obvious that something had changed during the course of their mission. I needed to know what happened before we ended up in a dogfight with the galaxy's premier military power. Commander Rykov appeared on screen. His arms were crossed and his eyes were narrowed to slits. Judging by his expression, if we were meeting in person, he would have tried to punch me in the face. I had no idea what I had done to merit such hostility. I tried to placate the human with a friendly smile. There must be some sort of misunderstanding, because I'm pretty sure you just shot at us. His skull deepened. That was a warning shot. The next one is going to get buried in your hull. Orders be damned. Leave now. We just came to help, I protested. We were worried about you. Really? That's why you sabotaged the ships? Rykov scoffed. That's ridiculous. I did no such things. I guess you thought that we wouldn't recover the ships after we shot them down. It's plainly obvious from the computer logs that there was a remote override of their stealth protocol by someone with level 9 clearance, which is only held by the highest-ranking Federation general. I was stunned by what I was hearing. The humans believed that I, their most ardent supporter, had disabled the Vortex ships. Never would I do such a thing. But if they had evidence to back that conclusion, I wasn't sure how to persuade them. This had to be some sort of setup. Listen, it wasn't me. We can figure this out together, I pleaded. The commander shook his head. Save it. 3 of my men died because of you. We should kill you, but just shooting down a Federation ship is just the thing that Ula needs to throw us out. A gasp escaped my lips as I realization dawned on me. Ula! She has level 9 clearance too. Wait, she does? That's right. This speaker is also a commander-in-chief, he muttered. She has a lot more motive than you. I couldn't understand why you did it. I know she hates your kind. I can't believe that you would stoop that low. She's a fanatic. I know the type. She believes she's doing what's right, and that makes her dangerous. It was evident the speaker had meant to pit the fleet and the humans against each other, and frighteningly enough, it almost worked. Her actions jeopardized the safety not only of the Terrans, but of her own forces and the Devourer civilians as well. Anger simmered inside of me at the thought of confronting her. I wasn't sure what we would do, but holding her accountable was now my highest priority. She's dangerous to all of us as long as she's leading the Federation. Please, unless you want me to leave, let us help. Ula needs to pay. We'd graciously accept your assistance and welcome you aboard the flagship. Our differences with the humans had been smoothed over, which was a relief, but I couldn't say with ease with which the Rykov accused me of betrayal didn't sting, especially after the recent trials that we'd faced together. Clearly, the trust I bestowed on him was not a mutual feeling. We'll dock right away, I replied, but first, you really thought that I would sabotage you, get your people killed? The commander offered a sad smile. If I learned one thing in my time as a commander, it's that you never really know anyone. But for what it's worth, I'm sorry, General. I never should have accused you. My bitterness dissipated as I saw the glint of wetness in his eyes. A pang of pity stabbed through my heart as I realized the poor man didn't trust a soul. Expecting his confidence after being acquainted for mere days was perhaps too much to ask. Apology accepted. End of chapter. Ula point of view. It was easy enough to whip a crowd into a frenzy, as long as you knew what they wanted to hear. The people who turned up to my rally today were a fearful bunch. Her battle footage revealed the Terrans for charlatans that they were, and their centuries-long deception would not be forgotten by the masses. They had festered within our ranks, scheming, manipulating our politics to unknown ends, propagating their vile culture. A species as warlike as humanity was like a tumor, consuming all that was natural and good, lest it be excised. I had faith that the people could recognize the monster lurking in their midst. My speech today was just giving the citizenry the push they needed. If the commoners directed their anger at the humans, it would force their hand. Terran soldiers striking down civilians on the streets would play well in the media, and combined with the news that the Devourer massacre that would be coming in at any moment, the outcry might be enough to oust them from the Federation. When I was a young girl, humanity was a species noted in our civics class as the greatest diplomats, the peacekeepers. I paused, my gaze sweeping over the crowd. But we recently learned that was all a lie. They are brutal, bloodthirsty. They are not like us, and they do not share our values. The values that hold our Federation together. A few cheers rippled through the assembly, but most onlookers looked anxious. That was exactly the sort of sentiment I hoped to invoke. There was no more powerful motivation than fear. I knew I had their rapt attention, and that they would hang on my every word. My friends, rest assured, I share your shock and confusion at the news. But of this I am certain. We must act now. Humans prowl our streets, and it is a matter of time until they give in to their instincts. How many of you have welcomed one into your home? Send your children to school with one. Horrified expressions, agitated murmuring. This was the response I had hoped for. Most of the people here had contact with Terran at least once. Undoubtedly, some listeners would be hesitant to judge humanity. But a reminder of the mortal danger humans represented should scare some sense into them. What are we gonna do? What are you gonna do? My voice dropped to a low growl. Say it with me now. Loud, for them to hear you all the way back on Earth. Humans are not welcome here. Humans are not welcome here, the crowd shouted. The smile stretched across my face. That's a beautiful sound. Now the Terran embassy is on this very street, mere minutes from here. It defiles our capital with its presence. Why don't you make your voices heard down there? Let's go take back what's ours. Cheers of agreement came in response, and I watched with content as the people turned their sight on the gated complex down the road. It was no accident that I had selected an outdoor venue for this event, mere minutes on foot from the Terran embassy. There would be no time for the humans to prepare. An angry mob, numbering in the thousands, would overrun their security quickly, and then they would be forced to take more drastic measures. I fished my holopad out of my pocket as the crowd marched off. The next item on my agenda was to make contact with General Kylon and learn what had become of the Terran's rescue mission. Thanks to my meddling, they would have no choice but to resort to violence. The General often sympathized with the humans, likely out of gratitude for saving his life. If anything could change his mind, it would be the slaughter of an entire planet. He would no longer see humanity as saviors, but as the monsters they truly were. My call to the fleet was either not received or not answered. A small seed of doubt was planted in my mind as I considered the possibility that the Terrans had struck them down in retribution. There was no way they could know what I had done once the ships were lost, of course. But what if they had blamed the fleet anyways, or just not wanted any witnesses to their massacre? The thought chilled me to the bone. I had to hope that the General was simply occupied with other matters and would return my call soon enough. Whatever happened to the human ships, I could care less. But the loss of our servicemen would be tragic. Perhaps my actions had been a bit careless. It was too late to turn back now. Some people were bound to get hurt dealing with such an aggressive species. But their sacrifice was necessary for the great good. Today's events were the perfect example of that principle. I doubted the chaos unfolding at the embassy would be bloodless. One of my staffers had tipped off Federation News Central, telling them to keep a camera crew posted at the Terran embassy. The media might have missed the start of the demonstration otherwise. I switched to their live stream on my holopad and was pleased to see the coverage of the protest already rolling. 2 human sentries are pacing inside the gates, shouting for everyone to stand back. The crowd jeered at them in response, lobbing rocks and other projectiles over the barriers. A young Zanuck reporter gestured at the scene behind him. As you can see, the situation of the Terran embassy is escalating. Speaker Ula gave a short speech this afternoon, laden with anti-human rhetoric. Her supporters felt inspired to take action, and, at the speaker's encouragement, traveled out to the complex here. It appears a confrontation is imminent. A few protesters began scaling the walls, and the Terran guards pointed guns at them in response. Undeterred, the climbers dropped down on the other side. I chuckled to myself. The moment the humans opened fire on unarmed civilians, everyone would see them as I did. The incident would be broadcast live across the galaxy, and it would be played and repeated for days, just as the nanite bomb had been. More civilians descended onto the premises. The guards took a few steps back with the weapons raised. Their fingers hovered by the trigger, ready to fire the moment the protesters advanced. The crowd closed ranks then and charged together. Rather than the sound of gunfire, all I heard was a human voice shout, "Fall back." Inexplicably, the guards holstered their weapons and retreated into the building. "Why aren't they shooting?" I screamed. "This isn't right. Humans are supposed to be murderers." My staffers, who were huddled nearby, were caught off guard by my outburst. They were staring at me like I'd lost my mind. A young male named Raddy looked particularly concerned. "You want them to shoot? Are you okay?" I glared at him. "Mind your damn business. I'm perfectly fine." The protesters had broken into the embassy itself while I wasn't paying attention, and were no longer visible to the camera.
The anchor said something about a hostage situation, but it didn't register in my mind. How could this have happened? An aggressive, militarized species giving up without a fight. This was an absolute disaster. With the diplomats taken captive, the humans would be framed as the victims of the story. I could hear it now, a Terran on the news telling the viewers that they weren't the violent ones. It would distract from the atrocity of their weapons, and instead the controversy would focus on me inciting the riot. This was the kind of scandal that could cripple the average politician's career. But I was no less a representative. Surely a speaker as popular as myself could weather any storm. Rather than apologizing for my actions, I would double down. With the very soul of the Federation at stake, giving up my quest to unmask humanity was not an option. Hopefully, my efforts to sabotage their rescue mission had fared better. One incident was all I needed to prove my case. I knew the humans were bound to slip up eventually. It was in their nature, after all. End of chapter. Kylon point of view. The atmosphere on board the Terran flagship was much different from my previous visit. The commander left me in a meeting room with 2 armed guards while he spoke with Terran intelligence about Ula's treachery. He claimed it was for my protection, but judging by their demeanor, that wasn't exactly the truth. The duo watched me with suspicious eyes the entire time, never cracking a smile or saying a word. Thankfully, Rykov wasn't gone for long. I couldn't help but notice his face was creased with worry when he returned. Whatever he had just learned, I had a feeling that it wasn't good news. "You're back. Did they say what they were going to do about the sabotage?" I asked. The commander sighed. "Well, there's bigger problems to deal with, apparently." My antenna twitched in confusion. "What could be bigger than treason? They have to do something about the speaker." "They agree that something has to be done, but she's on the radar for other reasons," he replied. "She's been encouraging acts of violence against our civilians. There's been enough incidents in the past few days that Earth has closed its spaceports. We can't risk a terror attack on our soil." "Terror attack?" I figured the phrase must be some Terran military jargon that I was unfamiliar with. "What does that mean?" Commander Rykov's eyes widened. "You don't, it's a form of violence against civilians, mass casualties events that are planned, done publicly, and meant to frighten certain groups of people. The fact that the Terrans had a term designated for such an attack implied that they occurred with some regularity. I shuddered at the notion of civilians slaughtered in broad daylight for the sole purpose of cruelty. For all the wars the Jitari fought in our early years, the violence was never so senseless. Yet the commander spoke of these terror attacks as though they was just something that happened, like a natural disaster. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Rykov scowled, crossing his arms. "Don't you dare try and act like that stuff never happens in the Federation." I shifted awkwardly. "Well, it doesn't." "That's not how I see it. You know our embassy in the Federation capital?" He paused, waiting for my nod. "Demonstrators stormed it, took the diplomats hostage. Now they're holed up inside, threatening to blow the place to the high heavens if we make a move." "What? Why would they do that? Humans have been nothing but kind to us. There's no reason for bloodshed." "Try telling that to them. The way I see it, they're terrorists. But that's still the subject of debate back home. We should be taking the embassy back, not trying to negotiate with these people. They won't even talk to anyone that's human." I could sense that there was something in Rykov wasn't telling me. He cared for the people under his command, and for the preservation of life in general, but never to the point where you could hear it in his voice. If this mission was personal to him, I needed to know why. He was a competent commander, but nothing could cloud one's judgment like emotions. "I don't mean to pry, but I placed a hand on his shoulder and noticed the guards tense up at the contact. Do you know someone there? Was it that obvious? Yeah. My brother lives at the embassy. He works for the State Department, Rykov replied. I frowned. Maybe we can help somehow. What are your orders? Well, first they were to return to Earth with the refugees. I asked to join up with the tactical team outside the embassy, but I was told, and I quote, "You're too close to this." The bigwigs really expected me to sit this one out. Orders are orders. We'll have to think of a plan after you get home. 2 steps ahead of you, General. I said that you offered to help, and that you asked for me to escort you to the embassy. It would be an insult to the Jutari if I refused. And what do you know? Permission was granted. You lied to your superiors. My brother's life is on the line. I didn't lie. I just stretched the truth. That is by definition of lying. Not the point. Anyways, the flagship will set off for the capital immediately, and the other ships will bring the refugees back to Earth. I won't force you to go, but I would appreciate your help. Will you join us? There was no question that I should accompany the commander. It went well beyond owing him my life or considering him a friend. After the Speaker's betrayal and the Federation's abandonment, the humans needed to see that they still had allies. They needed to know that they were not alone. Of course, it's the least that I can do, I answered. Rykov smiled. Excellent. Let's head over to the bridge and we'll warp out. The guards were at my side in a heartbeat, pushing me forward like I was some sort of cattle. My patience for the prisoner treatment was growing thin. I was keen on aiding the humans, but not at the expense of my dignity. I did my best to imitate Rykov's arms crossed pose, glaring at the one on the right. Hands off! I'm taken! The man's burly figure was intimidating, and I had no doubt that he would pound me to a pulp in a scuffle. I knew my rebuke might only lead to rougher treatment down the line, but I met his eyes anyways. I expected an irritated look in his face, but instead, I saw the hint of a smirk playing on his lips. You managed to make Max smile, General. Even I can't do that, the commander chuckled. Max nodded. That's because you're not funny. Hey, watch yourself now. Rykov's tone was light and playful, so I doubted his warning was serious. The General is right, though. He is quite capable of walking on his own. Mac nodded, stepping back. His partner followed suit, dropping off a few paces behind us. My thoughts drifted as we passed through the narrow corridors of the bridge. I wished the commander would have dismissed the guards altogether, but I'd settle for having them out of my personal space. If the humans still didn't trust me, that was their problem. You look upset. I'm sorry. It's actually not you, Rykov said. I have around-the-clock security now. An anti-human extremist group put a 1,000,000 credit bounty on my head. My stride faltered as the shock seared through my veins. What? Why you? He sighed. Because I'm the one who fired the nanite bomb. We fell into a comfortable silence as we entered the bridge. My mind was still reeling from the latest revelation. If there was a 1,000,000 credit bounty on me, I wouldn't trust my own crew not to take me out. For the commander to wonder about his ship at all, he must possess unwavering faith in his men's loyalty. On my last visit to the flagship, the bridge had been swept up in chaotic flurry of activity and chatter, at least before Rykov called them to attention. But today, the crewmates were already waiting at their posts, and the course was already plotted into the computer. Seeing the somber expressions around me, I feared the past few days had sapped the human spirit. All right, it looks like we're ready. Course is already input for the capital system. Rykov nodded with satisfaction. Engage warp drives. My stomach lurched as the ship slipped into hyperspace. Even after years of experience with FDL travel, the nausea never went away. Memories of newly enlisted Federation soldiers puking their guts out floated through my mind. I laughed to myself. The commander glanced up from his holomap, likely confused what there was to be amused about at a time like this. Before he could ask what I found so funny, a stern voice crackled over the emergency frequency.
Turn back at once. Unauthorized Terran ships are prohibited from entry to Federation space until further notice.
Rykov frowned, pressing a few buttons on the display. Since when? You do realize that we're a member of the Federation, so I don't see how we can be denied access to Federation space.
Earth halted interplanetary flights earlier today, and the Senate passed a temporary freeze on Terran visitors in response, came the reply. For all we know, you shut down your spaceports because you're planning an attack.
That is ridiculous, Rykov protested. Look, we're here on a rescue mission. We're going to dock, and you're not going to get in our way.
You are trespassing in the system. If you enter real space, you will be fired upon.
What's that? You're breaking up. I can't hear you. The commander ended the transmission, shaking his head in disgust. Idiots. Raise the shields to full power and enter real space. I felt the ship shudder beneath my feet as it emerged from hyperspace, and my expression morphed into one of horror. No, you must turn back. The planetary defense systems. They'll shoot you down. I'd like to see them try, Rykov growled. Well, this was just wonderful. It seemed Speaker Ula might be getting her wish for a war with the humans after all. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Kylon Point of View. The planetary defense system for the Federation's capital world was designed to ward off an orbital bombardment and consisted of state-of-the-art weaponry. This was the most heavily guarded planet in the galaxy, given its political and symbolic importance. With all of the firepower turned against a single ship, there was no way conventional shields would withstand the blast. I feared the humans had bit off more than they could chew. How would the Terran government retaliate for the destruction of their fleet's crown jewel? It was unclear whether they would stick to the concept of proportional response. An outright declaration of war could be imminent, especially if the Federation fired the first shots. It seemed common sense from my perspective that provocation of the humans was not in our best interest. Earth was signed on to, and in many cases, the founder of treaties that prohibited attacks on civilians. But if pushed to the brink, who knew what they were capable of? Just a single nanite bomb dropped against a metropolitan populace, the casualties would number in the millions. Not that I would be around to worry about the consequences. In a few moments, I would be vaporized, alongside every other occupant of this vessel. Gazing through the flagship's viewpoint, I saw an azure glow spreading across the lunar surface. This indicated the orbital laser was charging up. It was capable of emitting the same amount of energy as a medium-sized star, at least for a few seconds. A hit that powerful would pass through our shields as though they were non-existent. Any hopes I had of escaping the situation alive evaporated. I thought they would fire the lunar station's plasma railguns or the guided missiles, as was typically the protocol for space intrusion. The orbital laser was the capital's last line of defense, which seemed rather overkill for a single vessel. Was there any way to convince Commander Rykov to turn back? This is suicide. We must stand down, or we're all dead. I hated the note of desperation in my voice, which crept higher in pitch as I spoke. You can talk to the Federation later. Work something out. The commander straightened, the glint of bitterness in his eyes. The time for talking is over. We've tried talking for hundreds of years, and look how well that's worked out for us. The Federation needs to learn a lesson in humility. Look, I agree that this is an act of war. If I were in your place, I would respond in kind too. But you need more ships and a solid plan. Our deaths won't achieve anything, I pleaded. He waved a hand dismissively. I'm not planning on dying today, General. We'll be fine. It occurred to me that Rykov either did not grasp the gravity of the threat or that this recent skirmishes had led to overconfidence. Whatever fortifications the flagship had, there was no way that they were designed to be subjected to such extreme forces. Warning. A target lock against the ship has been detected. Estimated time of impact, 5 seconds.
a computerized voice said. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the permanent darkness to overtake me. The sound of trilling alarms rang in my ears, and I wondered if it would be the last thing I heard. There was no fear in my mind, just a burning hatred for the fools running the federal government. Their loss of life could have been avoided if only the speaker behaved with sensibility. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My eyes shot open as a jolt passed through the ship, and I nearly lost my balance in its wake. The lights flickered overhead, presumably from power being rerouted to shields, but that was the only side effect of the blast I noticed. There were no fires breaking out in the bridge, no systems knocked offline. Shields at 96%, structural integrity uncompromised, retaliatory action advised, the computer intoned. I couldn't understand how a flagship was still in one piece. The orbital laser was designed to overpower an entire formation, yet it hardly scratched the Terran craft. All it had achieved was a tiny dent in their shield capacity. Humanity's meekness and why they had hidden their true nature for so long was more baffling than ever. The vessels were nigh invincible, and their technology outpaced the Federation's weaponry by centuries. What was it that differentiated humans from other aggressive species? They could rule the galaxy if they so desired, but instead they moralized and mediated. Commander Rykov clears his throat. That was your most powerful weapon, General. You people need us more than you realize. I suppose nothing should surprise me anymore, I grumbled. What now? They're gonna fire again once the laser is recharged. The human tilted his head, as though weighing his options. That station is remotely operated. A sensor scan of the moon detected 0 life signatures. Yes, to my knowledge, I answered. Good. In that case, we're going to make sure that I don't have a chance to fire again. He clapped his hands together, a predatory grin on his face. Ensign Carter, ready the antimatter missile. I want you to bury that station. Understood, sir, came the reply from the weapons post. I felt strangely detached, watching the tree of warheads close the distance between us and the station. My oath as a soldier was to protect and defend the Federation against all enemies, and it seemed the Terrans could now be classified as a hostile party. After all, without the planetary defense system, the capital would be left vulnerable to attack. By taking no action during this engagement, I was siding with the humans, wasn't I? The missile slammed into the lunar surface with a radiant flash, churning up plumes of dust and debris. Where the sophisticated defense complex once stood, only 3 craters remained. The aftermath was reminiscent of an asteroid strike, rather than a missile, given the magnitude of its depth. Staring at the fresh gash in the stony ground, I wondered yet again why the Federation was hell-bent on angering the humans. Creatures with such a mastery of destruction should be appeased, not aggravated, unless your objective was the eradication of your civilization. The low whir of machinery sounded from behind me, and I flinched on instinct. Whipping around, I spotted a robotic cart stocked with firearms wheeling across the bridge, and the Terran personnel gearing up as it passed by. Commander Rykov withdrew a scoped plasma rifle and without a word handed it to me. Its weight was much heavier than I expected, and my shoulders sagged as I accepted it. Either the humans were sporting some sort of power armor, or their physical strength greatly exceeded that of my species. General, I think we're going to have to fight our way to the embassy once we dock. Between protesters and the Federation security forces, we'll be outnumbered, the commander said. You know the layout of the capital better than anyone else. Any suggestions? I paused, tossing a few ideas around in my head. Well, a diversion would help. Do you have any chemical weapons on the flagship? I assume the protesters are packed close together outside the embassy, so you could hit them with some sort of gas attack. With then the emergency hovercraft respond to the scene, you could use them as a shield from their special forces. I expected the humans to appreciate the resourcefulness of my plan, but instead, he was looking at me like I'd grown a fourth eye, his mouth open and closed a few times, as though he was struggling to find the words. "We're, not doing that," he replied at last. "Please, forget I asked." Whatever his problem with my suggestion was, it escaped my comprehension. Not only would it minimize human casualties, but it would also provide cover in a dense urban landscape. A wide open avenue, exactly ideal for ground combat and maneuvering. The flagship began a rapid ascent through the planet's atmosphere, hurtling past silvery clouds. The computer's display stated that it had locked onto the landing beacon, and I steeled myself to face whatever lay ahead. As we neared our destination, I finally caught a glimpse of the ground below on screen. I had known that we would likely need to fight our way out of the spaceport before we could head towards the embassy. It came as no surprise then when I spotted the contingent of soldiers filling into the hangar bay, weapons ready. However, I had not been expecting them to number in the hundreds, and to be solely comprised of Zanuck servicemen. This was no ordinary security force, and that could make our mission more difficult than expected. I just hoped Commander Rykov had a plan, because against a unit of that size, I didn't have the slightest idea of how to escape the spaceport alive. End of story.
The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to give a quick thanks to the Tier 5 patrons and channel members. Alithia, Barky, Fudic Yol, Cam Maxwell, Caspar Onholtz, White Band 420, Lord Asrakal, Arcalian, and Oakfield.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this narration of the web series Why Humans Avoid War, taken from Reddit. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. P.S. I might sound a little nasally, I'm still getting over the Rona, but I'm good to go with recording. So, again, I hope that you enjoy. Kylon's point of view. Commander Rykov's orders had been not to engage in the Zanuck soldiers unless they shoot first, but I had expected them to open fire as soon as we exited the flagship. Instead, they were milling about the spacious terminal, guns pointed at the tiled floors rather than at us. One individual immediately caught my eye. His striking, dark blue feathers and pronounced beak suggested that he was of noble lineage. Unlike the others, he was wearing his dress uniform rather than combat gear. I could have sworn that I'd seen him in the media, though I couldn't quite place him. Was he some politician or general? If so, what in the stars was he doing out in the field? The human commander followed my gaze, and recognition flashed through his eyes as he spotted the Zanuck nobleman. "That is Ambassador Castle. What is this?" The Terran soldiers flanking us dropped back at the new orders, relaxing their stance. I stared in disbelief at Ambassador Castle. Planetary ambassadors were only present at events of major significance, and for most Federation species, they were considered the highest-ranking dignitaries in their government. An ambassador accompanying a security detail to a hostile confrontation, that was simply unheard of. Kazel chuckled, a low rumbling sound. "You want to get to the Terran embassy, yes? I think my personal security detail will be sufficient to escort." "You're not here to stop us?" Rykov asked, raising an eyebrow skeptically. "Of course not. Earth is our largest foreign creditor, and also a major trading partner. It would cripple our economy for decades to go to war with you," the ambassador replied. The human shook his head, a smirk on his face. "Let me get this straight. You're helping us, not because we're allies, or because of the Federation's behavior isn't just, but for money." "Exactly. I see why our governments get along so well." A note of amusement punctuated the commander's words. "You do realize that the Federation could go to war with you for helping us, don't you?" "War? With what army? If we leave, the other military species will follow." Kazel stretched a talon towards me. "It seems that you've already won over the Jatari anyways. You've turned the highest-ranking Federation general into your errand boy. My blood burned at the insult, and I raised my plasma rifle at the ambassador's head. Errand boy? I dare you to say that again. Commander Rykov reached over, prying the weapon from my grasp. General, I'd appreciate it if you didn't shoot our only ally in the Senate. I clenched my teeth, feeling the veins bulging in my neck. Was the commander really taking his side? Assaulting a Xanac ambassador wouldn't have been the smartest move, especially while surrounded by soldiers, but his haughty attitude was insufferable. Yes, you should listen to the human, Kazel said, a triumphant look in his eyes. Rykov wagged a finger at the ambassador. Don't look so smug. You're out of line too, trying to get under Jatari's skin. The general and I both have a score to settle with certain someone. He is not my subordinate. Relax, I was just having a bit of fun. The Jatari are wound way too tight, he responded. Who is this, certain someone? Well, our business with her is unofficial, if you understand what I mean. Rykov traced a hand down the barrel of my confiscated rifle, a dark look in his face. We want to track down Speaker Ula. That Tizay! I wasn't too familiar with Xanac profanity, but I believe Tizay loosely translates to intestine brain. She shouldn't be hard to find. Ula on the Senate floor as we speak, raising a motion for the Terran Union's removal from the Federation. The Senate is in session now, and you're not there, I grumbled. I had better things to do. Kazel looked at me for a moment, then turned his gaze back to the commander. Frankly, I don't know why Ambassador Johnson attended. I guess she likes listening to grandstanding idiots. Rykov laughed. It probably reminds her of home. In all seriousness now, do you think the motion will pass? Does Ula have the votes? The ambassador hesitated. I don't know. There's a lot of representatives on the fence, but your attack on the capital probably tips the scales into Speaker's favor. Our attack? The Federation fired first shots, the commander protested. Oh, it doesn't matter. That's not how Ula would tell it. Kazel glanced at his holopad, avoiding the human's gaze. Enough chit-chat. We should start off towards the embassy. Rykov nodded and handed me back my firearm. Our posse trailed by the Xanac security detail as we exited the spaceport in a brisk fashion. A few humans stayed behind on the flagship to guard it, and if necessary, lift off to avoid its capture. But most of the crew had disembarked for this mission. I assume for most of the humans, this would be their first time seeing the capital in person. Even after hundreds of visits, I still found the city-state a sight to behold. In the emerald glow of the setting sun, the capital's architecture took on an ethereal quality. On the horizon rested the Hall of Governance, an intricate blue spheroid that housed the Senate and the Military Command Center. The rest of the buildings encircled the hall. All Federation species were given a stretch of land, with the founding members' territory nestled in the inner ring. Embassies were often wedged between shops and cultural sites, giving each region of the city a distinct flair. The Terrans' Corner was famed for its street vendors and nightlife, but today the market stalls were abandoned. A crowd of non-human protesters numbering in the thousands packed the street. The mob seemed agitated. Barricades lined the avenue and thwart their advance on the embassy. A wall of human police camped behind the barriers, pushing back any demonstrators who tried to cross the threshold. I say police in quotation marks because they were dressed head to toe in black combat gear, an outfit identical to that of a Terran soldier. The only path to the embassy was through the throng, and a few of the protesters had already noticed our presence. A group of them splintered off and charged towards us, wielding blunt weapons and makeshift projectiles. It was evident that we needed to get the demonstrators out of our way, or they would overwhelm us with sheer numbers. The same thought must have crossed Ambassador Kazel's mind, because, with a whistle, he signaled for his men to drop into a firing position. The Xanac soldiers found the target, talons hovering over the trigger. Stop! What is wrong with you people? Rykov shrieked, sounding almost hysterical. I offered him a sympathetic smile. There's no other way. Ambassador Kazel gestured agreement, looking baffled by the human's outburst. The commander wordlessly removed the silencer from his rifle, paying no mind to the approaching civilians. He aimed the barrel at the sky and fired 3 times in quick succession. I winced at the unmistakable ear-splitting pops. The protesters descended on our position, scrambled backwards, and I heard screams from the crowd. "The humans are shooting at us!" one voice shouted. In a matter of seconds, the demonstrators dispersed, running for their lives. They scattered off into the alleyways and storefronts, clearing the path for our unit. Commander Rykov sighed, lowering his weapon. "There's always another way." A knot of shame settled in my stomach. If not for Commander, I would have stood by and watched the needless civilian massacre. Speaker Ula could not have been more wrong about the species. That much was obvious. The humans had no desire for death, and their first thought was always towards limiting casualties. Whatever bloodshed littered their history, they had changed. One of the police officers broke from his formation, marching down the street, and pushed his way past the Zanuck soldiers, pointing an accusatory finger at Rykov. "Why are you here? I told Terran Command not to let you come." The commander gasped, staring slack-jawed at the stranger. "Pavel, I thought you were a hostage." "The agency had ways in and out of the embassy." Pavel unclasped his helmet, revealing a face that looked like a younger version of Rykov. "It really isn't good if any of us are captured." "What is, the agency?" I demanded. "This is your brother?" Commander Rykov waved a hand dismissively. "The State Department, I told you, and, yes, this is my brother, Pavel. This is, Pavel smirked. "I know, General Kailan, and unless I'm hallucinating, the Zanuck ambassador is in your little band as well." "We're at your service." "On behalf of my government, we apologize for the Federation's recent actions," Kazel said. "No need. Since you're here, you guys might as well help." Rykov's brother gestured towards the embassy. "I have a plan to sneak some hostages out of maintenance tunnel, but it needs a distraction." I couldn't shake the feeling that Pavel was more than just a State Department employee, though I decided not to express my doubts. What common diplomat would suit up with militarized police force or be drawing up tactical plans to rescue hostages? It was a relief that Commander's brother was safe, but something told me I needed to watch him very closely. I forced a smile, trying to act normal. "We can do that. Just let us know what you had in mind." Ula point of view. I glanced at my note cards one last time as I stepped up to the lectern. There was a strange sense of giddiness fluttering in my heart. With the Terran flagship firing on our sacred capital, the evidence of human treachery was now apparent. The most worrying part was how easily our trillion-credit defense system had been obliterated. If that ship was here to conquer us, of course, there would be little the Federation forces could do to stop them. But given how humanity liked to present itself as a docile, peaceful race on the galactic stage, it seemed more likely that they would attempt to salvage the optics of their attack. We needed to end our association with the Terran Union while we still had that option. "Senators, friends, I come to you today with grave news." I paused, my gaze sweeping across the packed auditorium. It seemed that all of the representatives were present, barring the empty seat reserved for the Zanuck ambassador. "Our capital defenses were savagely bombed by the invading Terran ship, which has deployed ground troops as we speak. For anyone who believed long-term partnership with the humanity was possible, you can now see that their intentions are anything but benevolent." Jatari Ambassador Palom rose to his feet, looking annoyed. "If you poke a garrot, eventually it'll bite. You would destroy the Federation, thrust us into war to prove a point. Madam Speaker, remember that you brought this upon yourself." leave it to the military species to jump to humanity's defense. Their brains were both wired for aggression, so no wonder they understood each other. Balam's analogy was unfitting, unless his implication was that humans were not sapient. Garrets were non-sentient predator species indigenous to the Chari homeworld that had been domesticated to herd cattle. If I didn't know better, I would say that sounds like a threat, I hissed. This is not about proving a point. This is about a bloodthirsty species that has weapons that pose an existential threat to our society. If raising legitimate concerns about humanity and trying to distance ourselves from them is a crime, then I am guilty. The Federation will never throw its lot in with the planet of murderers and liars, not under my watch. Many of the representatives were signaling agreement with their body language as I spoke. The Jatari ambassador appeared to struggle for a response before returning to his seat, shoulders slumped in defeat. While Palam's immediate protest was no surprise, what was shocking was that the human ambassador hadn't said a word. A quick glance in her direction found her leaning forwards in her chair, watching me with unblinking eyes. An involuntary shudder went down my spine, and I drew a deep breath to calm myself. If you believe that a species we now know as the history of systemic genocide, bloody wars, and tyrannical regimes can change, then you will vote for them to remain in the Federation. I drew closer to the microphone, dropping my voice to a low whisper. All I wanted was for you to see that, for all of their lies and grand speeches, they have not changed. It was always a matter of time before they would turn their sights on us. I was rather taken aback when Ambassador Johnson stood, slowly clapping. Her applause seemed sarcastic in nature, especially with the smirk plastered on her face. I sighed, tapping her hoof for the annoyance. Ambassador Johnson, do you have something to say? It is your right to reply, at least while Earth is still a member planet. I have plenty to say, but the question is whether any of you will listen, she replied. First off, the missile launch against your defense station was unauthorized. You're saying that your ship went rogue. That is not exactly reassuring, I pointed out. What happens when the next one of your crews decides to go rogue? The human glared at me. You directly provoked a civilian assault on our embassy, and yet you throw stones. Terran government condemns Commander Rykov's actions, but it is a clear case of self-defense. Show the logs from the station's computer, Madam Speaker. You won't, because they show that you fired on the ship first. A series of anxious murmurs rippled across the chamber, and I could tell Ambassador Johnson's words had planted seeds of doubt in some attendees' minds. I considered challenging the notion that our station had fired first, but I suspected that she would not make the claim without evidence. If the humans persuaded the representatives that it was a clear case of self-defense, there was a chance that she could sway enough of the votes in her favor. The civilians acted on their own accord. I simply outright said humans weren't welcome here, condoned a race riot, and look, you're not disagreeing that our ship was fired upon. I concede that the orbital laser launched one volley against your vessel, but they were trespassing in our space and refused to leave. You do understand that the highest-ranking general in the Federation was amongst the passengers, and that the ship was tasked with transporting him to the embassy, right? You assaulted a diplomatic rescue mission. Are we really the violent ones? I could sense the balance in the chamber shifting, and I cursed under my breath. Human diplomats were known to have a way with words, and excelled at backing their opponents into a corner. It was a struggle to maintain my composure, faced with such accusatory rhetoric. But I knew, if I lost my temper, it was equal to defeat. Yes, you are the violent ones. Care to comment on your history? A triumphant smile inched across my face. There was no way the ambassador could defend their species' past actions, which, by galactic law, could be classified as crimes against sentience. your so-called world wars and the brutal instance of ethnic cleansing. I've done my research since you launched that nanite bomb. Ambassador Johnson broke eye contact, a troubled frown crossing her lips. We regret those years deeply. Humanity had to learn the hard way that violence is not the answer, and we nearly destroyed ourselves in the process. For all the time that you've known us, we have not been that species. I urge you to recall all the good that we have done in our history with the Federation, not just the evil of our primitive years. Who accepts the most refugees of any planet each year? Who sends medics to help both sides of a conflict? Who sponsors bills on sentient rights and wrote the galactic laws concerning war crimes? I don't know what else we can do to prove that we are peaceful. You can stop building nanite bombs for one. We only use those to protect our friends. That's right. Even after all of this nonsense, we still see you as friends. The time for your games is over, Madam Speaker. We have bigger problems on our hands, fighting a homicidal AI. Instead of sabotaging us at every turn, why don't you try and help us? Calls of assent came from around the hall. I gritted my teeth in frustration. For every point I made, it seemed the ambassador had a pre-prepared response at the ready. There was no way I could tolerate the Terran Union's presence amongst us any longer. Humans were despicable creatures. How did the others not see the truth, even after an attack on the capital? As I was trying to think of a response, a panicked Julie messenger burst into the chamber. Madam Speaker, please forgive for the interrupting, but you weren't answering your holopad. We are under attack. Hundreds of battleships are descending on the capital, and our defenses are obviously offline. You did this! I screeched, pointing at Ambassador Johnson. I knew it! The human held up her hands defensively, appearing genuinely confused. It's not us. Really? What, rogue ships again? Hundreds of them? I sneered. They're not Terran Union ships. In fact, the transponders identify them as, ours, the messenger said. Pandemonium erupted amongst the Senate body, with dozens of representatives shouting questions at once. As far as I was concerned, humanity had to be behind this somehow. Perhaps they had hacked our military craft. I pounded a hoof against the floor, attempting to restore order. Silence! Have the attackers fired on us? Have they broadcast demands? No shots fired yet, but they told us that we have 1 hour to surrender unconditionally, he answered. I glanced back at Ambassador Johnson, trying to gauge her response. She was staring at an empty seat belonging to the Zanuck Republic, as though some revelation had occurred to her. I could have sworn the words she muttered were, "Damn it, Kazel." The human hesitated, her gaze sweeping across the chamber. Her eyes stopped on me, and I could see the unspoken question in them. She wanted the satisfaction of hearing me beg for assistance and groveling apology. But even if she had been truly unaware of Zanuck's intentions, surely their assault would force the Terran Union's hand. So, what are you going to do, Ambassador? Seize this chance to take us over? I asked, voice dripping with contempt. Ambassador Johnson snorted. You have a funny way of asking for help. A bitter laugh rumbled in my throat. Why would you help us? Because, as I've been telling you, we're not what you think we are. Now, I have a call to make to a certain commander. That invading flagship might come in handy. She's got quite a few tricks up her sleeve. After a brief moment of hesitation, I gave the ambassador a grudging nod, a human gesture, which was a concession of its own. I didn't trust the offer of assistance from humanity of all species, but under the present circumstances, there was no choice but to accept it. It remained to be seen if the Terran Union would confront its greatest ally, but I wouldn't be holding my breath. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Kylon Point of View. No mission ever went according to plan when humans were involved. Not that the plan was particularly sane to begin with. given that Pavel's destruction involved shooting rockets into the sky. I wasn't sure how lighting explosives was a good idea, unless the goal was for the humans to blow up the embassy themselves. But Commander Rykov ordered his men to set up the launch, seemingly oblivious to how bizarre his brother's suggestion was.
How exactly is shooting bombs into the air going to help?
I asked, unable to contain my doubts any longer. The commander chuckled. Not bombs, fireworks. I gave him a blank stare, unable to understand what he found amusing.
So these rockets have a name. I don't see how that distracts from my point.
They're recreational explosives. Harmless, mostly.
Recreational explosives?
I echoed.
What does that even mean?
People shoot them off on holidays to celebrate. They're loud. They explode in a bright flash of color. But that's about it. Come to Earth on Unification Day. You'll see plenty of them.
That is supposed to be, fun?
Yes.
Our species clearly have very different ideas of fun.
Well, fun or not, it should draw the terrorists out to investigate. I take it that it will be confused as you are. A trail of orange embers arched through the night sky, resembling a cluster of shooting stars. A few cheers came from the Terran soldiers, most of whom were admiring the light show overhead. I winced at the volume of the burst. I wasn't fully convinced that this fire wasn't going to rain down on our position. The Zanuck patrolmen seemed outright frightened, with many ducking for cover. Commander Rykov smirked, clearly trying not to laugh at the terrified Ambassador Kazel. Relax, it's perfectly safe. Kazel rubbed his beak nervously. Well, I'm happy you guys decided to join the bombing run, but I wish you waited until we weren't out in the open. Bombing run? Rykov and I asked in union. You haven't heard. Pretty soon this rock will be the joint property of the Terran Union and the Zanuck Republic. Kazel glanced in my direction, observing the shocked look on my face. Don't worry, General. I'm sure that Yachari will be wise enough to jump ship. It seemed the ambassador's implication was that the Terrans and the Zanuck were teaming up to invade the capital. As wrong as it felt to abandon the Federation, I was sworn to protect. Siding with Earth in a war was tantamount to suicide. The Jatari were more than likely to opt for self-preservation, as I would. Which is why I didn't make any sense for Commander to lie about his intentions. I frowned at my human friend.
So you are attacking the Federation. Your plan was to take over the capital all along.
Absolutely not, Commander growled. There's zero chance Earth signed on to this. Not yet, but we expect the full support of the Terran Union. Who needs to listen to these weak-minded Federation fools any longer? Ambassador Kazel flinched as another firework detonated above, but did not falter. Their wealth, their power, it is ours to claim. Surely you see the wisdom. The human raised his rifle, eyes narrowing to slits. Wisdom. I only see greed. Whatever you're planning, call it off. The nearby Zanuck soldiers pointed their weapons at the commander in response, and the Terran troops readied their guns as well. I hesitated to join the standoff, but I figured that I would get caught in the crossfire anyways. Despite the fact that the humans were outnumbered 10-1, I aimed my rifle at Kazel. I hadn't liked him from the moment we met, and I wasn't going to miss the chance to take him out. It's too late. We've broadcast our demands to the Federation, and if we don't follow through, it'll bring shame to our people, the ambassador said. If you do follow through, you'll live just long enough to see your soldiers die. By our hands. A new voice came from behind me. It was Pavel, who seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. We will overthrow your leaders, crash your economy, and fund insurgents. Then we'll claim we have nothing to do with it, and your pleas to the Federation will fall on deaf ears. You'll never have a lick of proof that we were involved in any way. Fierce words from a diplomat of our people. Weren't you supposed to be in the embassy, freeing the hostages? Pavel inched closer to the ambassador. New orders came in. At first glance, Rykov's brother appeared unarmed, but something about his posture struck me as odd. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that he was holding one arm behind his back, concealing an object from Kazel's view. The commander glanced at his wristwatch, hearing the chime of a notification. I just got new orders as well. This is primarily a civilian populace. The Terran government will not tolerate you bombing them into submission. Either you stand down, or I am to take you as a prisoner of war. We did this for you, for humanity. We were the first to stand at your side, and this is our reward, Hazel chittered. The Federation betrayed you. They are not worthy of your allegiance. Last chance. Surrender, Rykov hissed. Can't do it. Very well. Soldiers, on my command, take all the hostile forces. I want the ambassador taken alive. Commander Rykov paused, spotting his brother slinking towards the Zanuck line. Pavel, what are you doing? Sorry, Mikhail. We have different orders. In one fluid movement, Pavel pounced onto the ambassador, drawing a dagger faster than my eye could track him. He sliced through the vital arteries in Kazel's neck with a clean cut, leaving the politician spluttering blood. Plasma fire erupted around me, and I pulled my rifle's trigger on instinct. I could hear the commander calling for air support, presumably from the flagship, and the Terran troops relaying the orders. A human hand pulled me to the ground, and I gasped as the plasma beam whizzed right by where my head had been. I glanced back to see Mac, who was picking off the Zanuck soldiers with a calm precision. The realization that he had likely saved my life was not lost on me, and I gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. Drawing a deep breath, I tried to collect my bearings, acquire a target, eliminate the target, rinse and repeat. Simple. I spotted a Zanuck soldier crouched behind a police barricade, propping up a rocket-propelled grenade. Time slowed to a crawl as I peered through my scope, lining her up with my crosshair, steadying my hand. I pressed the trigger. The round scorched through the flesh of her forehead, and she crumpled to the ground in a heap. An explosion detonated a few paces away from my position, taking out 2 humans. Clearly, the combatant I had eliminated wasn't the only one with an RPG. Perhaps it would be the wisest to move out of the open road before I was shot to death. I noticed a small group of Terran soldiers off to my left, sheltering behind a market stall. Joining them would probably be the safest bet. We could hunker down there until air support arrived. Rising to my feet, I darted in their direction. Had only made it a few steps when a sharp pain tore through my side, and I cascaded to the ground. Glancing down, I saw a small hole etched into my stomach. The flesh was still sizzling around the edges. Blood spurted from the wound, staining my uniform a sickly shade of green. I tried to move, but my body refused to obey. General! Commander Rykov scrambled out of the alleyway and was at my side in a flash. He wrapped his arms underneath my shoulders, dragging me to safety. It's going to be okay. I'm here. The concern in his eyes told me a different story. Your plans are all stupid, I coughed, smiling weakly. The human laughed, wiping away a tear. Yes, they are. I stared up at the stars shining in the night sky, admiring their static beauty. The chaos of the battlefield was growing fainter, as though my ears no longer registered the sound. It was calm, quiet, still. Perhaps death was not a fiend I'd feared it to be. I felt at peace for the first time in a long time, ready to drift off into the night. Darkness crept in the corners of my vision, and then the world faded away. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Rykov Point of View. The flagship's arrival was heralded by a wave of death. Its seamless blend of brutish kinetic weaponry and newfangled plasma bolts mowing down everything in its path. There were no pauses, no reprieves, just an unyielding stream of destruction. Bottled into the narrow street, the Zanuck soldiers could be picked off like fish in a barrel. There was something almost beautiful in its execution, in the same way an onlooker could appreciate a surgeon's skill in dissecting a patient. I was trying to forget the green blood drenched in my hands and the lifeless alien body lying beside me. long enough to relay coordinates over my headset. Calling down fire so close to my soldier's position was, of course, dangerous. A single breakdown in communication would find the Terran forces on the receiving end of the cannon's volley. I was responsible for all the lives under my command. For my men's sake, I couldn't afford to let emotions overtake me. Yet, the unwanted thoughts crept in all the same. General Kylon had his flaws, but he had proved to be a steadfast ally at a time when those were in short supply. I liked him, often considering him with the same regard as my own crew. It had been my idea to bring him along, and though I never could have imagined the bloodbath that transpired, I felt responsible for his fate. I couldn't let him die. The safe move was to sit back and wait for the dust to settle, but by then, it would be too late. The silhouette flashed at the edge of my vision, and I quickly raised my rifle. "Don't shoot!" It was Pavel, who had a red-soaked bandage wrapped around his leg. There was a mix of human and non-human blood on his shirt, which indicated that he had hit on the torso as well. "I know I look bad, but you should see the other guy." I gritted my teeth. I did see the other guy. It was uncalled for, and now my friend is dying because of you. I realized too late that I had referred to the Kylon as a friend. Pavel's eyes flickered over to the general's body, and I could almost see the gears turning in his head. He didn't say anything, but his thoughts were evident from his expression. He found my attachment to a long-time Federation officer naive and premature. "Let me see," Pavel muttered, crouching beside the general with a grimace. "Down by a single gut shot. I'll try patch him up." My brother slipped a knapsack off of his shoulders, retrieving a portable first aid kit from inside. I turned my attention back to the battlefield as he began to suture the wound. A large group of Xanax soldiers were sheltering in the lobby of the luxury hotel down the road. Perhaps they thought taking refuge inside would save them from the flagship's wrath. I ordered a bomb dropped on the building, and watched as moments later it imploded on itself, as easily as a house of cards. There was a grim certainty in my mind that the unit was buried, or rather, crushed by the rival. With their numbers dwindling, I expected a dozen or so remaining Xanax soldiers to surrender to the Terran Union at any moment. Sure enough, I saw a cluster of them walking backwards towards our front line, holding their rifles above their heads. The equivalent of a white flag back on Earth. "Hold your fire, disarm and restrain them, nothing else," I spoke into my headset, shooting a pointed look at Pavel. "I don't want the POWs harmed in any way. Do you understand me?" I thought my brother was too absorbed in the general's injuries to hear, but he nodded in acknowledgement. "We're two sides of the same coin, Mikhail. We do what needs to be done for the greater good, and we keep your hands clean." I sighed. The agency had its uses. It helped present a unified image of Earth to the galactic community, when in reality, our regional governments still squabbled over every menial policy. It swept diplomatic incidents under the rug, like the time the Hodal caught a handful of our spies copying sensitive documents. It provided the foundation of a military intelligence, keeping us posted on Federation military capabilities. Not that we were particularly impressed. Their Machiavellian attitude, however, left a lot to be desired. "Keep telling yourself that, if that helps you sleep at night," I grumbled. "How's the general?" To my eyes, it wasn't apparent whether the Chari was still breathing. The discoloration of his skin had turned him as pale as a corpse, and I feared that he might well be dead. "Your friend," Pavel lingered on the word friend, toned sharp with distaste, "has lost a lot of blood. He needs a transfusion and a miracle. I only have human blood here." I frowned. "You're saying he's going to die?" "I'd say it's likely. You can try and get him to the flagship, pump him full of fluids, put him on a life support. But that's a shot in the dark," he replied. I sucked in a deep breath. "Okay. All right. That's something. I'll summon the shuttle, I thought those were too risky to fly. The Federation could shoot them down. We just saved their rears. They better not. And anyways, we have to try. Micha, I doubt it'll make any difference. They're not built like us. His heart is too weak. That's the problem. What if we gave him the serum? It improves strength, recovery time, and almost importantly, cardiovascular function. You can't be serious. The serum was a layman's way of referring to genetic nanotechnology, which was used to enhance our soldiers through gene manipulation and regenerative therapy. While humans were hardier than most aliens to begin with, the nanites mending his tissue in real time were the reason Pavel was still standing, despite being shot twice. Genetic engineering was a state secret, since it was prohibited by galactic law. Honestly, the ban existed for sensible reasons. The Federation was concerned about long-term impacts on a species' gene pool. Humanity wasn't exactly a risk-averse species, though, and was happy enough to experiment in the field on the down low. Earth's affairs weren't closely monitored, at least while the Federation had considered it a pacifist planet. I'm dead serious. It could work, I said. Think about it logically for a second. He's not human, and it's never been tested on an alien species, Pavel replied. We have no idea how it'll affect him. Might even kill him. He's gonna die anyways. What have we got to lose? Let's say he lives. You think he won't figure out what we did? Then he'll spill the beans to the Federation, and we'll be right back on their shit list. Hell, what happens when he tells them that we assassinated Kazel? Kylon's not loyal to the Federation. We can trust him. You think that we can afford to take that sort of risk? We'd have to keep him on Earth permanently, to be sure. That won't be necessary. I think I can get him to defect of his own free will. Pavel's eyes shot up in surprise. The idea of a Terran Union recruiting a high-profile Federation officer to our ranks must have been sufficient temptation, because he began rummaging through his knapsack. He retrieved a small vial of clear liquid, filled a syringe, and injected the general without another word. I wasn't convinced that I could follow through with bringing Kylon to our side, with how honor-bound his species was. It was unclear whether he even considered abandoning his home world. But what was important now was saving his life. I paced back and forth as I radioed for a medevac. My gaze kept drifting back to the general, studying his form for the smallest sign of hope. There was no immediate change in the Jatari's condition, but I hoped the serum could give him a fighting chance. End of chapter. Kylon point of view. Clinical death. A human phrase that refers to the absence of respiration and a heartbeat. What any normal species would simply call death. The human doctor in the flagship's medical wing told me I had no vital functions for a little over 2 minutes. This claim seemed impossible, given that I was very much alive. When I pressed him for how that was possible, he basically said they beat my corpse back to life. Though he dressed up the concept with scientific jargon. Chest compressions, I believe was the term. If that was the Terran idea of a joke, that wasn't very funny. That wound should have been mortal by all known medical standards. Waking up in a surreal, all-white room, strung out on whatever drug cocktails there were in those IVs, my first thought had been that I was dead. I still wasn't fully convinced there wasn't the afterlife or some trick of the dying mind. What are you thinking about? It was Commander Rykov, seated at the bar stool next to me, dressed in civilian clothes. The flagship had stopped on Luna for maintenance following our little adventure, and I had obliged his offer to hit the local pub. "You gonna stare a hole through the counter there?" I tried to snap out of my thoughts, sighing, "I'm thinking I need a drink." He chuckled, beckoning the bartender. "That's the spirit, 2 shots of vodka." The barkeep nodded, and she shuffled off to fill his request. I could feel the few stares directed at me, and I realized, with a bit of discomfort, that I was the only non-human in the establishment. I glanced up at the television screens on the wall, trying to distract myself. The sound was muted, but I could see the closed captioning ticking across the picture. For Speaker Uller's resignation intensify, after internal memos disparaging various Federation representatives were leaked to the press. The source of this information is unclear, but she has, of course, accused the Terran Union.
What exactly did she say?
I asked, pointing at the screen. Well, for one, she called the Heraktar ambassador a gutless, wootless, and possibly brainless, and then proceeded to say that she would hardly consider his species sentient. You can see how that might be offensive.
Might be. I'd say her days as speaker are numbered.
I gave the commander a pointed look, crossing my arms.
I'm glad your brother's friend exposed her.
Rykov stiffened, alarm flashing in his eyes.
I don't know what you... I'll stop you right there. Yes, you do, I growled. Do you think I'm stupid? We all thought that the Hud-Al were just paranoid. But they were right when they said your diplomats were spies, weren't they?
Between us, yes, but it's best not to talk about this. The agency doesn't have rules, and it has ears everywhere. The human had lowered his voice to just above a whisper. I'd never seen him look this uncomfortable, which unnerved me as well. We need to talk anyways. Pavel, wants me to ask you to keep quiet about how Kazel died. I told him that we could trust you. There was an implicit question in his words, asking whether that trust was justified. His tone was almost pleading, and his eyebrows were scrunched up with concern. I suspected that the warrior was for my welfare rather than his own. If these spies would waltz into the middle of a standoff and murder a planetary ambassador in cold blood, I had no doubt that they would ensure my silence, one way or another.
You can. My lips are sealed, I said. Next time, just give me that straight, though. I don't appreciate this State Department bullshit.
I know, General, and I'm sorry. I had to maintain his cover, but I never should have dragged you into the embassy mess to begin with.
Wouldn't have missed it for the world. I wish I could have seen the look on their faces when the flagship showed up.
The bartender returned, placing 2 tiny glasses of clear liquid in front of us. I squinted, inspecting the drink with a suspicious eye. This was a rather small serving for an alcoholic beverage, but perhaps humans were more susceptible to the alcohol's effects. After taking a single whiff of the drink, however, I recoiled in shock. It seemed that quite the opposite was true.
Is this diluted at all? It smells like pure alcohol.
You said you needed a drink. I figured you needed the good stuff, not just a beer. The commander downed the entire glass at a single gulp, and then grinned at me. Your turn. I hesitated, but swallowed the drink as the human did. The strength of the brew left me coughing, my eyes streaming from its intensity. I clutched at my throat as I felt the vodka burning a trail down my gullet. The only thing that kept me from pitching out of my chair was Commander Rykov, who seemed unimpaired as he caught me.
What is wrong with you people? I spluttered.
It seemed that my struggle had caught the attention of the bar's occupants, and many of them were having a laugh at my expense. Seeing the good-natured mirth in the commander's eyes, I couldn't help but crack a smile. I shook my head, trying to clear the fuzzy feeling from my mind.
I'm pretty sure that would be considered a poison in the Federation.
Rykov shrugged. The Federation is boring. One more.
I'm good.
Your loss. I pried the human's arms off of me, trying to rise to my feet. The lightheadedness wasn't exactly pleasant, so walking at all seemed like a good idea. I only staggered a few steps before lurching to the floor. Reaching for the counter was to no avail. All I achieved was cutting my hand against its edge. I winced at the stinging sensation and studied my palm. Pure shock rocketed through my veins as I saw the wound shrinking before my eyes, closing itself off as though by magic. The pain dulled into a gentle tingling, with the injury site feeling uncomfortably warm. That was not normal. Maybe it was the vodka? No, that wasn't how alcohol worked. If only I could think straight right now. I stared at Commander Rykop, hoping he had some explanation. There was no way I would have believed such a thing if I hadn't seen it with my own 3 eyes. A chill shot down my spine as I realized the human looked more alarmed than surprised. What exactly had they done to save my life? Something told me that I hadn't been given the whole truth. Again. "What did you do?" I spat. "Look, it was my fault that you got shot. I had to fix it. I had to," he muttered. My anger was already giving way through confusion. "I'm sorry, what? I don't blame you. I knew what I was getting into. Now I ask again, what did you do?" We injected you with an experimental nanotechnology." I took a few ragged breaths, trying to process the information. Humans weaponizing nanites, and then turning around and used them for medical purposes. The whole thing sounded both illegal and dangerous. But since I would have been dead without the intervention, did I really have the right to complain? It didn't seem to have done any harm. In fact, a sample of my blood could be quite useful to the Jutari Confederacy. I suspected if the 2 remaining military species wanted to remain relevant, we needed to play catch-up to Terran technology. Or else, the Federation might turn to Earth as its sole protector. Reverse engineering would speed up the process by decades. Right now, the Terran Union was a friend, and I hoped that it would stay that way. But times and governments change, and being at the mercy of humanity's mood swings didn't seem like the best foreign policy decision. It was likely the Confederacy would try to step in as Earth's new trading partner, and after witnessing the implosion of the Zanuck Republic, I knew that we needed to take a more cautious approach, not get too entangled or dependent. "General, please talk to me." The commander's voice was pleading, almost desperate. "I'll tell you whatever you want to know." I dusted myself off, rising on unsteady legs. "I want to know what your thing is with nanites." He laughed, clapping me on the back. "You're a piece of work." I smiled, but my mind was elsewhere. Perhaps it would be mutually beneficial if we brokered some sort of under-the-table deal. We could advance the humans' research, offer them a generous amount of credits, in exchange for arms and technology. Now that I realized how fond the Terrans were of subtlety, I figured that I just needed to get my government to join them in the shadows. I decided to broach the subject with the commander later, when I was sober, and we were in somewhere less public. With any luck, our friendship would lead to a long-lasting partnership between our species, as equals. End of chapter. By POV. "So why exactly was the refugee camp set up in a military base?" I asked. Cole's face revealed nothing as he glanced up from his cards. "Not everyone believes your little story, Byam. They want to keep an eye on you, make sure that you're not a threat. Wouldn't want you to try anything back on Earth." After the rescue mission on our home world, the humans moved us to a military outpost on a terraformed colony. From what I understood, its chief function was as a listening station, though it also could serve as a launch point for a preemptive strike if needed. They cropped up the tent city on the premises with relative ease, and had ample food reserves to accommodate us, at least for a few weeks. Carl had requested a transfer to the refugee camp while he recovered from his injuries, which I was grateful for. I could tell a lot of the Terran soldiers didn't like us from their strained body language and curt replies. The 3 other humans at the table hadn't so much as looked at me throughout the game. I had only been taught this poker game yesterday, but the rules were simple enough. Trying to read the humans for signs of deception was another story. Honestly, this game seemed designed for sociopaths. Did their species derive pleasure from lying? With a frustrated sigh, I folded my hand. "Obviously, you humans are much better at lying than me." Cole smirked, raking in my chips. "You can't just let us bully you. Sometimes, you have to call. Can I look at your cards?" "Go for it," I grumbled. "Why did you fold?" The look he gave me seemed almost angry, and I shrunk down in my seat. You have pocket aces. You know that's good, right? Yes. But I don't know what you had. It doesn't matter. That's literally the best starting hand. What did you have? Cole flipped over his cards, revealing a 2 and a 7. I heard a few curses coming from the man next to me, and I was half tempted to drop some colorful language as well. Why would he make a large bet with such a weak hand? It defied all logic. Maybe I'm not just wired for this, I said. Hey, don't give up now. How about instead of worrying about lying, you look at it as a math game? Try to figure out the odds that someone has. A wailing alarm drowned out the end of Cole's explanation, startling me half to death. With its shrill pitch, it was unmissable. I covered my eyes, but it did little to muffle the sound. Fear began to creep up on me. Nothing that loud could mean anything good. I glanced at the humans, hoping for reassurance. They looked puzzled, yet I got a distinct impression that they were waiting for orders. Incoming orbital raid, a low mechanical voice confirmed my concerns. All soldiers to your stations. This is not a drill. All games and the leisure were forgotten in an instant. The automated message hadn't even finished before my friend was tugging me by the arm, leading the way out of the lounge. I followed him in a daze. Our peaceful stay at the camp had lulled me into a false sense of security. Who would be foolish enough to attack the invincible Terran military, after all? I was tempted to ask, but Cole seemed just as surprised as me. We exited the building with haste, and I took a peek at the pandemonium around us. Terran soldiers were nearly tripping over themselves, racing to their destinations, while the medical personnel were shuffling refugees off to the bunker. A squadron of fighter jets was already lined up on the tarmac, preparing to take to the skies. The response to the attack was almost immediate. The humans could intercept the enemy before they ever reached the planet. I slowed my pace, trying to catch my breath. Where are we going? I'm taking you to the bomb shelter with the others, Cole replied. I frowned. What about you? Well, they'll want me there too, because I'm not clear to fly yet. He tightened his grip on my wrist, wordlessly telling me to keep up with him. But I'm getting on a ship, one way or another. I'm coming with you. Something about leaving Cole to fend for himself didn't sit well with me, despite the protest of my self-preservation instincts. Maybe I was just trying to convince myself that I wasn't a coward anymore. You need a gunner. I'm your guy. I don't know. But you sound sure. All right, let's get a move on it. He veered towards the nearest hangar, strides brisk and confident. If anyone stops us, let me do the talking. A few shocked looks were thrown in my direction as we entered the hangar, which I ignored. The structure was packed full of the spacecraft, which all looked like pristine and well-maintained. Most of them had slim, angular designs, indicating that they were built for speed. A few larger craft were present, which were likely the heavy hitters. There was nothing of the flagship caliber in stock, but it was still a sizable armada. Cole steered us towards the skirmisher. He helped me into the back seat before climbing behind the steering column. It was a much cozier fit than the craft we flew before. As I fastened my safety harness, I heard the human switch on the comms relay, and a transmission crackled over the speakers. Pick up, damn it! What in God's name are you doing? An angry male voice asked. Cole cleared his throat. We're gonna kill some alien bastards, sir. You're not going with that thing in tow, came the reply. My friend's expression darkened. That thing has a name. Bayham flew honorably under Commander Rykov. Rykov is a bleeding heart, and everyone treats that guy like a damn folk hero. He is a hero. And more importantly, he's a good man. But that's beyond the point, sir. I trust Bayham with my life. What does the extra set of hands hurt? We have plenty of folks raring to go as is. The first squadron is confronting the enemy now. This will be over soon anyways. A female voice buzzed into our channel, which I assumed was the emergency frequency. Sir, we've lost contact with our fighters. What? There was a pause, and then a measured response. How many of them? All of them, she replied. The man was stunned into silence, which stretched on for several seconds. Blondie, you still there? Cole frowned, but didn't correct his name. Still here, sir. You're cleared for takeoff. Get that bird off the ground before I change my mind. Yes, sir. I shifted in my seat as our craft rolled out of the hangar, falling into the tail end of the queue. If none of the ships sent out with the first wave returned, what did that mean for us? Were they dead? Would we be dead soon? I didn't think there was any army in the galaxy cluster that could trade blows with the humans, let alone annihilate the entire squadron. The thought crossed my mind that it was the AI. Perhaps it had learned from its defeats, and after sufficient study, it was able to replicate or negate Terran technology. That would also explain why a little-known outpost in the Fringe system had been attacked. It was here to prove that no escape was possible, or in its words, to reclaim its resources. I tried to shake the idea, but the more I considered it, the more I was certain it was true. My nerves were replaced by cold resolve. After tasting freedom, if only for a few days, I couldn't go back to life in chains. Death would be preferable. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Bayham Point of View. The Terran military had scrambled several hundred fighters into the upper orbit, which ran out in a defensive alignment. Our communications began to malfunction while we were ascending through the atmosphere, which explained the silence of the initial squadron. There would be no patching into the ground headquarters. It was only us and them. I finally knew what it was like to be on the other side of our invasions. It only took one look at the enemy forces to recognize our craft, the same ones I had piloted for years. They seemed to be swarming the planet from all sides, like insects descending on a fresh carcass. Something had clearly changed since our last encounter. The Terran fleet was spewing missiles with relentless fury, but our opponents swatted them away with ease. The one's omnipotent nanite weapons were disabled with pulses, while antimatter and plasma weapons bounced harmlessly off their shields. We were caged in, outnumbered, and our only option was to claw our way out. The odds did not seem in our favor. If that wasn't enough reason for concern, a massive destroyer lurked at the back of the enemy formation. I knew it was brimming with weapons designed to render a planet uninhabitable, through radiation and atmospheric poisoning. The only positive I could find in the situation was the AI didn't seem to have replicated the worst human weaponry. But it didn't need to. It could neutralize the onslaught of projectiles and simply weather the storm. The humans would run out of explosives eventually. What's the plan? I flicked through the holographic firing displays, trying to stop my hands from shaking. We do have a plan, right? Cole glanced over his shoulder. We improvise, just like last time, remember? Last time we almost died, I snapped. Almost is the key word. The human offered a reassuring smile. But something told me that he was convincing himself as much as me. Look, the shields clearly got an upgrade, but the thing about shields is that they aren't great at stopping smaller projectiles. I say we try mini-explosives. I stared at him in disbelief. Your missiles aren't working, so you just want to shoot it with smaller missiles? We can shoot it with bullets too, kinetics. You really think any of that will work? Honestly, I don't know, but it's worth a shot. Cole ran a hand through his frosty hair. If they want to take this planet, they'll have to get through us. Their next target could be Earth. On the bright side, it couldn't work any less than what the humans had already tried. Cole wasn't wrong that the smaller weaponry could penetrate the shields, but it would require multiple hits. As soon as we moved in, though, I had no doubt that we would sustain heavy fire. The enemy was likely banking on aggressive action. We'd have to chip away at their armor, striking at the ship's most vulnerable compartments. I knew exactly where to aim for, but whether I could hit those targets in a split second, in the heat of battle, was another question. I switched over to the miniature missiles. They were typically used as interceptors, according to the computer, but could be used for offensive purposes if necessary. We accelerated towards the enemy fleet, and our allies fell in behind us, inspired by our advance. 5 AR ships closed around us, ready to pick us off. I targeted the nearest craft and offered up silent prayer to the universe that our desperate, suicidal play would work. A salvo of explosives, tiny enough to fit in the palm of my hand, sailed through the inky blackness. They homed in on the vessel's right flank, slipping through the shields. The armor repelled the attack, with only a dent and a few burn marks to show. But I had found the sweet spot, right by the propulsion system. The ship began to veer off course as it lost its steerability. Carl waved off to the right, dodging the string of plasma rounds fired by the damaged vessel's partners. I was ready to turn my attention to a different ship, but the humans wanted to go for the kill. He swerved back towards the crippled craft, narrowly avoiding a collision with it. He positioned us right above it, giving me some clean look at the target. "Same spot, Byam! Fire now!" he shouted. I launched another volley without hesitation. This time, the ship lost all semblance of control, plunging into a dizzying tailspin. The planet's gravity well only encouraging the forward trajectory, drawing it toward the surface. The Terran ships parted around the doomed craft, then forged ahead with renewed spirit. They emulated our tactics, hurling tiny missiles at the opposing fleet. Who would have thought the attack of a fortress with pebbles? But the humans. The enemy vessels concentrated all of their firepower on our advance. They'd been caught off guard at first, but they would compensate quickly. A few of our allies met an untimely end as potent plasma rounds found their mark. These human ships weren't designed to take a beating. We had to rely on their quick, nimble frames to evade incoming projectiles, because a single shot spelled death for us. Carl dipped to avoid a stream of fire, taking advantage of our three-dimensional battlefield. "Switch over to bullets. We're gonna hit the beast's soft underbelly." Clever tactics. Typically in space warfare, the high ground, relative to your opponent, of course, was considered advantageous, which was why our ships confronted each other on the same plane. It was also why they wouldn't expect us to carry out an assault from below, especially while they were preoccupied with the charging ships above. While kinetics were fairly weak, I found them much easier to aim than their more powerful successors. Also, it was possible to fire dozens of rounds in rapid succession without so much as a pause. I unleashed a spray of bullets at the ship's underside, hoping to bombard them into submission. The sight of the atmosphere venting indicated that we'd indeed poked a few holes in their armor. Unfortunately, none of the ships seemed incapacitated. We were more of a nuisance than a threat. A warning flashed on the weapon screen, indicating a heat-seeking missile locked onto us. I suddenly wished that we hadn't drawn their attention. I cleared my throat. "Carl, there's a—" "I see it. Try not to lose your lunch, okay?" he replied. "I don't waste food, but how—" I stopped as the ship switched directions in an instant, beginning an upward climb at full speed. Acid gurgling in my throat, and I tried to swallow it down. "Oh, that means puke, doesn't it? You're not going to outrun the missile, you know." "Wasn't planning on it." The missile was mere seconds from catching us as Cole righted the fighter, once again on the same heading as the enemy. The human steered us towards the rival ship, showing no signs of slowing down. As we barreled towards a collision, I couldn't help but wonder if his plan was suicide. Surely, he was going to turn away and enact some defensive measures. We brushed just over the enemy's hull, so close that I swore our metal skeletons grazed each other. Our craft snaked around theirs, ducking down on the other side. The missile, which was meant for us, instead plowed into them, and their ship absorbed the worst of the antimatter punch. Its shields held, but barely. The flicker of electricity around its hull hinted that they were faltering. I didn't need instruction from Cole to seize the opportunity. If the defenses truly were down, we only had a brief window before it recovered. I switched to our plasma rounds, hoping that they would work at last. The shots scorched through their vulnerable flesh, turning it to a withered husk in seconds. I knew its occupants were dead when the ship did not deviate from its aimless drift. If there were any survivors, they would have fired back. Our skirmisher twisted through the enemy formation, zigzagging to avoid a slew of plasma fire. Our little ship was becoming quite the thorn in their side, and they were no doubt keen to take us out. For a moment, I felt like we were dancing through the night sky. There was an effortless grace in Cole's evasive maneuvers, and the thought crossed my mind that nothing could touch us. I must have jinxed it, because that was when a round clipped our left wing. The fighter's frame rattled beneath me, and I wondered if the craft would break apart. By some miracle, we hobbled to their rear flank, still in one piece. Our ship's condition was worrisome. She was slowed, tilted to one side, and running dangerously low on ammo. I wasn't sure how much fight she still had in her, but we had to press on. If this was our last stand, so be it. I took a glance around at the battlefield, trying to think of our next move. A sea of shrapnel and wounded ships had spawned amongst the living, perhaps best described as a graveyard. The enemy appeared to have suffered more losses than the Terrans, but it didn't matter. As one of the ships fell, another popped up in its place. The humans fought with a blinding intensity, but our forces were dwindling too quickly. We couldn't hold the line much longer. The planet-killing destroyer was creeping ever closer as well. If it was allowed within firing range, it would decimate the lifeforms below, and that would be the end of the refugee program. Our last-ditch effort needed to be focused on stopping it. Some of the humans seemed to have come to the same conclusion. A few dozen Terran ships were encircling the beast, hitting it with every type of ammunition and from every angle. Nothing seemed to harm it, or even slow it down. I wished I could suggest a weakness to the target, but to my knowledge, it didn't have any. "Carl, you see that destroyer?" I asked. He frowned, squinting through the viewport. "That big, ugly trapezoid?" "Yes. If we're going to lose, we need to take that ship out at all costs." "I understand." The human fell quiet. I expected him to argue that we weren't going to lose, but he only sighed. "Bam. It's been an honor." "Likewise." The ship's engines accelerated for perhaps the final time, and we sailed towards certain death. End of chapter. Biome point of view. The destroyer functioned as a bait in a way, forcing the human fleet to overextend. It lured the largest, most ferocious Terran battleships into its vicinity, and kept them out of the larger fray. While our big guns battered the doomsday ship with laser fire and missiles, they were easy targets for the enemy to pick off. If those guys could reach the destroyer's shields, none of our ships could. I decided our best play was to cover them and buy them a bit more time. I noticed the enemy surging around one particular human battleship, a Titan-classed behemoth. It appeared to have sustained heavy damage, but was still limping towards the planet killer. Perhaps they were planning on a bombing run at point-blank range. Whatever the case, our foes clearly didn't want it to reach its destination, or else they wouldn't have diverted 15 craft to attack a single ship. I glanced at the sensor data from our computer, and did a double-check. The energy readings from that Terran battleship were off the charts. The warp drive seemed to be destabilizing. My first thought was that an enemy shot had hit the reactor, but the computer detected only minor damage to the counterpart. Rather, it appeared the humans had shut off the cooling system, as though they were trying to cause a quantum meltdown on purpose. "What are they doing? Their reactor is going to go critical," I hissed. Cole checked in his own display, then chuckled. "Son of a gun! They're using the ship as a bomb!" "That is suicide!" "No, that's sacrifice. There's a difference. Why don't we go give those guys a hand?" I readied the kinetic weapons without further comment. This was hardly the time to muse about human courage. We swooped into the fray, lighting the enemy up from blindside. A few of the ships snapped their attention to us, giving our allies a slight reprieve. Their first instinct was likely to pick us off with plasma rounds, but Cole had pulled us in dangerously close to their positions. Any shots fired at us would risk hitting their own ships. Not that it would make any difference. Our opponents had precision weapons and would target us without batting an eye. As two antimatter missiles locked onto us, I prepared myself for a final flash, and hoped that we had done enough. In our ship's weakened state, there would be no evasive maneuvers. "Deploy the last mini-missiles, Byam," Cole barked. My fingers obeyed before my brain processed his request. If their original purpose was interceptors, perhaps they could stop inbound projectiles. I watched with bated breath as the tiny warheads arced through space, planting themselves in the path of the missile. The antimatter blast was set off before reaching us, but I knew that we wouldn't be so lucky next time. Our vessel peeled back before they could target lock us again, circling for another pass. I could feel the ship shuddering each time we turned. In her current condition, we were pushing the limits of her capabilities. The warning lights panel looked like abstract art, with more colorful indicators blinking to life every second. Most of the enemy craft had turned their focus back to the suicidal battleship. It was easy enough for them to brush off the Terran skirmishers that came to their allies' aid. However, one of their fighters had tracked our movement and veered off from the pack. He was zipping towards us at full speed, plasma weapons primed for the kill. I lined it up in our sights, resigned to another shootout. At that point, it was more about taking as many of them with us, rather than surviving. My resignation morphed into pure terror as I saw a predatory, crazed smile on Carl's face. Humans usually had that expression right before they did something insane. "Let's, play a little game of chicken, shall we?" he growled. A high-pitched yelp escaped my throat as our ship accelerated to full speed, and I was flung back in my seat. The floorboards quaked beneath my feet, and I noticed new warnings popping up in the engine column. What exactly was this chicken game the human referred to? I was pretty sure that I didn't like it, since it seemed to involve playing with our lives. We swerved right into our adversary's path, putting us moments away from a head-on collision. All coherent thoughts evaporated as the enemy fighter stared us down. Despite our imminent demise, Cole made no attempts to slow down or turn away. My instincts screamed to lunge forward, grab the control column, and steer us out of danger. But I couldn't move. At the last possible second, our opponent deviated from their course. I exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that I hadn't breathed in much too long. No wonder I was so lightheaded. My entire body was trembling, overwhelmed by the fear chemicals pumping through my veins. Carl, meanwhile, clapped his hands together, grinning from ear to ear. "Cowards! Cheer up, Bane! They blinked, not us." I massaged my temples, groaning, "Carl, I'm okay with dying, but we don't have to actively encourage it." "Nonsense! Like we say on Earth. I'd rather go out with a bang than a whimper," he said. "Our friends will ram the bastards in 30 seconds tops, so hit him with everything we got." The route back to the Terran battleship's side was clear after our little stare-down. We stalled past its assailants, and I unleashed every bit of ammunition that we were carrying, even types I knew wouldn't work. None of our hits landed any serious damage, but fortunately, help had arrived. Most of the remaining human vessels had joined the suicide mission, protecting the battleship at all costs. I saw a few hurl themselves into the line of fire, using the puny skirmishers as shields. Others rammed into enemy ships, pushing them away from the battleship. The humans were unyielding in the face of death, undeterred as their allies fell around them. When pressed against the wall, their bloodlust bordered on insanity. I drained the last of our ammunition, watching as the battleship crossed the final stretch. It buried its nose in the destroyer's side, and the impact was enough to tip the destabilizer reactor over the edge. The meltdown unleashed a staggering amount of energy on the planet killer's insides, and to my amazement, it burst apart at the seams. The once untouchable destroyer fractured into several pieces, which began to crumble in on themselves. Our sensors detected magnetic fluctuations, hinting that their own reactor was cascading out of control. It teetered on the edge of an order and destruction a few tense moments before spilling into chaos. The scraps of the mighty ship fused together into a deformed monstrosity, folding up like a paper ball. Our communications crackled to life, startling me. Whatever had been jamming our transmissions must have been aboard the destroyer. The voice belonged to the same officer who tried to stop us earlier. "All Terran ships, you are ordered to retreat. Abandon system. I repeat, abandon system. Get word back to Earth at all costs." I was shocked to hear the word retreat called out over our feed. I hadn't been certain the word even existed in the human lexicon. Carl leaned forward, a frown on his face. "Sir, what about the refugees?" "Oh, it's you." The officer's tone carried a mixture of disdain and disappointment. "You guys bought us some time. We're sending transports out now. Whether we can warp out before they get shut down, I don't know. The Devourers will be on you in seconds. They're everywhere. You need an escort." "We're probably gonna die, I'm aware. If you stick around, you will too, pretty boy." My friend shook his head, clicking off the radio with a frustrated sigh. He glanced back at me, sympathy in his gaze. No doubt he was aware of our lack of ammunition and the damage to our ship. There was nothing more that we could achieve. We'd done everything we could. Any reasonable being would leave and live to fight another day. "He's right, Bayham," Call finally spoke. "If I thought that it would make a difference, I would stay. But with the ship, I tried to suppress the guilt fogging my mind. It wouldn't be fair to ask Call to die a pointless death, after all, just because I had my son's death on my conscience. But I knew then that abandoning my people would haunt me for the rest of my life. That even if the humans won down the road, I'd be the sole survivor of an extinct species." "Of course, I know." I was surprised at how curt my tone was, flat and emotionless. It didn't even sound like my voice. "To Earth, then." My friend plugged in the coordinates with haste, as we didn't have a moment to spare. A cluster of enemy ships were nearing our position, surrounding us on all sides. Most of our surviving allies had already jumped away, which made any stragglers easy targets. I hoped our warp drive was still working, because if not, we were about to get dusted. Our surroundings shimmered as we slipped into hyperspace, and the battlefield faded away. My mind drifted to thoughts of vengeance, anger burning in my chest. Someone or something needed to pay for what had happened today. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Kylon Point of View. A human hand clamped down on my shoulder, jolting me out of my slumber. "Wake up, General." The voice was firm and insistent. "We need to talk." I groaned, taking a glance at the clock. It was less than an hour since I drifted off, and I sorely needed the sleep. As much as I liked Commander Rykov, he better have a good reason for waking me. "Can it wait until later? No. We have a problem. A major one." Was that fear in his voice? My brain snapped to attention in an instant, and I rolled out of bed without further protest. If it frightened the commander, it could only mean one of two things. Either the humans had done something terrible, or there was an apocalyptic threat on the horizon. I wasn't sure which one I was more worried about. Rykov led the way out of my quarters, weaving a path through the flagship's winding corridors. His silence was unsettling, and rather out of character. As tempting as it would be to demand answers, I had a feeling that I was going to get them soon enough. We turned into a conference room where two individuals were waiting for us. I recognized the Devourer refugee from the earlier adventures, and not the blonde human sitting next to him. The human was slumped in his chair, looking defeated and exhausted. Bayham had a distant look on his face, not even reacting to our presence. The commander cleared his throat, frowning with displeasure. "Captain Larson, please report what you told me, including the part about leaving a refugee camp to their deaths." Captain Larson flinched as though he had been slapped. "With due respect, sir, our fighter was crippled and out of ammunition. It would have been an exercise in futility.
I don't want your excuses. Just start from the beginning, Rykov said. Well, to keep a long story short, we set up a refugee camp on a military base, which the Devourers attacked with no warning. Their shields got an upgrade, none of our main weapons worked, and most of our fleet was killed in action. The blonde captain paused, gazing my reaction. I managed to keep my expression neutral, but a knot of fear was forming in the pit of my stomach. Our CO ordered us to retreat from the system. We believe they'll be en route to Earth shortly. It had been mere days since the Terrans' decisive victory over the Devourers, and their weapons had already been rendered ineffective. I shuddered as I recalled how easily the humans had thrown through the capital's defenses. The Federation's artillery seemed like toys in comparison. If none of that firepower worked, we didn't stand a chance. I couldn't help but feel responsible, as I was the one who persuaded Rykov not to gloss their world. In hindsight, perhaps the Devourers should have been put down, while chance permitted. It would have been a pragmatic option, though not the moral one. To my recollection, Ambassador Johnson said something along the lines of, "I'd rather they die than us," in her infamous Senate speech. Now, with the entire galaxy facing extinction, maybe the Federation would understand those words. "Did the space have nanite weapons?" I asked. Captain Lawson sighed. "Of course, all of our outposts have them." I didn't even want to address the implications of that comment, since it meant that the humans possessed thousands of those reality-bending missiles, a stockpile of that size, were the Earthlings planning to level a small galaxy or something. There had to be some sort of weakness, some chink in their armor, I mused. Smaller weapons, those don't exactly pack a real punch, though. Larson drummed his fingers on the table, eyes rolled back in thought. They're vulnerable to ramming attacks. Not that I'd try that first. Those options are less than ideal, I agreed. How soon will they reach Earth? My best guess, a few hours. Right. We were doomed. I glanced at Commander Rykov. Please tell me that you have one of your terrible plans. Well, not even a smirk from the dark-haired human. He was avoiding eye contact, which wasn't a good sign. I think we have to bring out the doomsday weapons. I almost keeled over in shock as I tried to process his words. Those nanite bombs, which could disintegrate an entire fleet, weren't their last resort weapons. According to their simulations, those had a 5% chance of destroying the universe. Whatever Rykov was referring to had to be truly appalling. I'm sure I'm going to love this, I grumbled. What exactly are they? The commander looked at the silent biome, his frown deepening. We call them grav bombs. They can be used to cause a stellar explosion. Some in the Federation will see it as monsters. They already do. But we need to finish the job. Humanity had the power to snuff out stars. They could render entire systems uninhabitable in a flash. Damned species with the wave of a hand. By now, I was well aware that they were a dangerous species to befriend, but their capacity for violence never ceased to amaze me. Why would they even dream up such a thing during centuries of peacetime? No doubt the leaders in the Federation would ask the same question. If this plan worked, and perhaps rightfully so, at least they would be around to raise these concerns. I couldn't see another way forward. If the Devourer AI wasn't eliminated, it would be our worlds reduced to dust instead. Captain Lawson leaned over, nudging by him on the shoulder. What do you think? Do it. The Devourer refugee shifted slightly, face void of emotion. There are fates worse than death. We've suffered enough. And you, General, do I have your blessing? Rykov asked. Always. One thing, though, won't the Devourers see us coming? Try to stop us? I'm sure they've left some ships behind. We'll have to find our way through. What about the ones heading for Earth? According to Bayham, they're programmed with a kill switch if they lose contact with the homeworld. We wipe out the AI. We kill two birds with one stone. I grimaced. What we were about to do amounted to genocide, and I can't say that it sat well in my conscience. Millions of enslaved devourers would perish along with the AI.
and there would be no opportunity for us to rescue any of them. Despite his calm words, the strain on Commander's face told me that he felt the same burden. "It has to be done. We should set off as soon as possible," I said. Rykov nodded. "Right then, Last and Byam, disembark at once. My guards will escort you out." "But sir, we want to join you," the captain protested. "That was an order. You both look like hell." The commander turned towards me, and I noticed the dark circles under his eyes. He didn't look so good himself. "General, follow me to the bridge. I have a private matter to discuss on the way." I leapt after him, finding it much easier to keep up with the brisk strides than before. The nanite therapy must have had a positive impact on my fitness. I certainly felt stronger, younger even. That reminded me, I needed to work out a deal to bring the technology home. It could improve quality of life, revolutionize the field of medicine, and bolster our forces. With human innovations in our pocket, we could bring about a new golden age of the Jatari. Perhaps it is not the right time, but I hesitated, trying to find the right words. "If we survive all of this, I was thinking the Jatari could help you with your nanite research. If you want partners, that is." "Yes, that's what I wanted to speak to you about as well." The commander ran a hand through his hair, sighing. "I promise you no more bullshit, So here's the truth. You understand how dangerous nanotech can be. The last thing Earth wants is it falling into the wrong hands, so they don't want it leaving our territory under any circumstances." "I see. That wouldn't happen to include me, would it?" The human was silent. "Well, shit. Am I a prisoner?" "I wouldn't do that to you, but, others will. I've liked having you on board, and I thought maybe you could stick around as my first officer." "You're suggesting that I join the Terran military?" "Yes." The command post sounded better than a dark cell, that was for sure. A permanent stay with the humans wasn't quite what I had in mind, but it didn't sound like I had any choice in the matter. Rykov clearly had known what exposing me to the nanites would entail, but I couldn't fault him, since the alternative was for him to let me die. However, the thought of never seeing home again was almost too much to bear, and something told me the human would make public procession out of my transfer, using it for PR purposes. My legacy would be destroyed, my name cursed and slandered among my people. I would be remembered as the general who jumped ship at the first sign of trouble, and that I truly could not live with. "Not my first choice," I said. "I know. I'm sorry." "Do you know what my people do to traitors, Commander? Because that is how they will see this defection. The ones they capture, they gut from head to toe, then pour acid inside their bodies. And your bloodline is considered tainted for 100 generations. Your family mocked and beaten. Any feats you ever achieved burned from the pages of history. Your name only spoken with the most vile of curses. It would be better to die." "Then we'll tell them you died, with honor. They don't know you're alive." "That, might be acceptable. I'll think on it." My primary loyalties would always lie with the Jatari, but perhaps I could find a way to guard their interests from afar, the same way the humans kept an eye on their neighbors. If it were up to me, our species would work together. But if the Terran Union was so determined to keep its progress to itself, a different approach was necessary. None of those concerns would be relevant if we failed in our mission, of course. The fate of the galaxy hinged on the next few hours. And it would be nice if this once everything went according to plan. End of chapter.
Chapter 22. Kylon Point of View. The last official engagement I saw the humans partaking in, they deployed a total of 5 ships. That was all they needed. This time, they had raised a proper armada, gathered thousands of their finest vessels. Word had been sent to the Federation, informing them of the disaster at the refugee camp, warning them to prepare for a devouring incursion in case of our failure. However, The Terrans opted to not request any military assistance or diverge any specifics of their plan. No doubt, the speaker's sabotage was still imprinted in their memory. Earth's sudden mobilization, despite their given reasons, no doubt raised some alarms back in the Federation. The two parties deeply mistrusted each other in light of recent events, and I was doubtful that I would ever wear off. Hell, even I was frightened of humanity at times. But now, as we walked towards our final confrontation, I was only worried about the humans, especially Rykov. Perhaps I didn't understand human body language, but his posture signaled pain to me. He was huddled over his holodisplay, head bowed. His shoulders sagged as though a weight had been placed upon them. Was he truly prepared to do what was necessary? I sidled up to him, nudging him on the arm. "Are you all right? You seem like you're having second thoughts." "Quiet. Don't worry. I won't hesitate." The human sighed, shaking his head. "The people at home won't understand what we sacrifice, what we give to ourselves. Perhaps you don't either, General." "Dying, almost dying, getting shot," I offered. Rykov chuckled bitterly. "Beyond that, you don't come back the same person. You have to live with the terrible things you've done, and you just try to convince yourself that it was right." "It is right. Trillions of lives will be saved. I think there is honor in that," I replied. "Perhaps there are no good choices today," he said. "But believe me, I take no pleasure." The ship rocked violently as we were thrown out of hyperspace on the fringes of the Devourer system. I skidded across the floor, groaning as I collided with the metal chair. That hardly seemed like a controlled emergence. It seemed that we had run into a warp disruption field. The enemy must have installed some new defenses while we were away. I heard cursing a few lengths from me and saw Commander Rykov on his knees. It appeared he collided headfirst with a workstation. Grimy red blood was streaming from his nostrils, and his nose was jutting unnaturally off to the side. That definitely was broken, and in my estimation entailed a considerable amount of pain. I crawled over to the human. "You require medical attention. I can oversee." The commander picked himself up, gritting his teeth. "It's but a scratch. Soldiers, I want weapons powered up yesterday. Shoot anything that moves that isn't one of ours." I limped after him, staring in disbelief. Was he really going to carry on like nothing happened? Humans were tougher than they looked. "Sir, we have another problem," an ensign called out. "It appears the enemy detached a breaching pod. A boarding party has infiltrated the ship." My antennae twitched in confusion. "Since when do they board ships? I think they have a special hatred for this one." The commander frowned, wiping a fresh stream of blood from his lip. "General, we're a little short on foot soldiers. I'd like you to meet up with my security team in the main hangar and take care of the welcoming committee. Keep them alive, if possible." Despite several tours of the flagship, I wasn't sure where the main hangar was, but I thought that I could figure it out. The last thing I needed was to look incompetent. As the ship's soon-to-be first officer, I gave Rykov a note, retrieving a plasma rifle from the weapons cart. The gun was much lighter than I remembered, which I attributed to the nanite enhancement. My departure from the bridge was swift, and I'd hoped that following my instincts would bring me to my destination. But after rounding a few corners, it became apparent that I was heading in the wrong direction. The cupboards of pill bottles and syringes suggested that this was the med bay. There wasn't a physician in sight. Non-combatants were probably locked down until the ship was secured. I surveyed the walls, looking for a map. There had to be some sort of directions somewhere, for evacuation procedures at least. My ears perked as footsteps echoed down the hall, and I sighed in relief. Perhaps the humans could steer me in the right course. I was about to call out, but then I realized something was off. Those weren't heavy thuds of Terran boots. Instead, they were the tapping sound, like raindrops striking a rooftop. I ducked into the doctor's office, peering around a wall. There were 5 Devourer soldiers, by my count, slinking through the hallways. They seemed to be sweeping the premises for any stragglers. I pressed my gun to my chest, trying to steady my breathing. My only hope was to ambush them and take several out before they knew what hit them. Shadows stretched past the doorframe, which suggested that they would pass the office in a matter of seconds. My finger found the trigger as soon as they crossed my vision. A plasma round sailed through the lead soldier's forehead, and he crumpled to the ground. Fueled by survival instincts, I charged at the other 4 in an animalistic frenzy. Before they could shoot back, I had tackled another guy and rolled him on top of me to serve as a shield. His friends opened fire, and I felt his body spasm as it was peppered with rounds. There was a pause as their weapons went on cooldown, and that was all the time I needed. Wriggling out from under the corpse, I picked off one that shot at the chest, then turned my rifle on the second. A volley tore through the neck, and she collapsed in a bloodied heap. 4 down, 1 to go. Theoretically, the last guy should have been the easiest to take out, but the opposite seemed to be true in my experience. This one was watching me with sharp eyes and ducked just as I found my aim. My shot whizzed over their head, burying itself harmlessly in the wall. To make matters worse, my rifle buzzed in my hands, indicating that it was on a 5-second cooldown. Well, shit. His gun was almost recharged at this point, which meant I had to act immediately. I closed the distance between us with long strides, jabbing him in the gut with the butt of my rifle. With a sharp exhale, he stumbled backwards, dropping his weapon on the floor. I reached for the loose firearm, but my action didn't go unnoticed. He kicked it away and moved towards me. Panic spurred me to swing my rifle at him like a club. Bashing him over the head didn't seem like the worst idea. Well, at least until I actually tried it. His hand shot up in a blow, catching the gun by the barrel. Before I knew it, the weapon had been wrenched out of my grasp. As it clattered to the ground, I realized I was in trouble. Hand-to-hand combat was never my forte, as it wasn't something the Jatari military trained in. But the guy's godlike reflexes, he certainly had the upper hand. I barely raised my fists in time to block a series of punches. While I was trying to parry his strikes, he had swept my feet out from under me. Pain shot up my spine as I smacked against cold metal. He sank to my level in a flash, placing me in a headlock. Thrashing about, clawing at his face, none of it seemed to do any good. His grip around my airway only tightened, and I could feel my awareness dimming. A burning sensation pulsating through my lungs as my body screamed for more oxygen. It was becoming increasingly hard to form coherent thoughts. A shroud of darkness was creeping into my perception. In a few moments, I would slip into its embrace. There was a sickening crunch, which I only faintly registered. My assailant's grip slackened, and I pulled free, gasping for air, an ache lingering in my throat where his arm had been, and I figured I'd have some bruises to show for our encounter. But without intervention, could have been a lot worse. What were you thinking, engaging in a group of them by yourself? I glanced to see Mac, Rykov's security officer, accompanied by a team of 12 others. You were a no-show, and now I see why. I got lost, I sputtered. The ship is a damned maze. Mac paused. I see. Well, I gave your buddy there a good knock upside the head. When he wakes up, he'll be in the brig. Come with me, if you can walk. Thanks. I owe you one. I struggled to my feet, following after the birdie man. Where are we going? The bridge. I figure the boss wants you back. What? I'm sure there are more of them. We have to. There were. Past tense, he growled. Just, look at the scenery as we walk. A series of questions floated through my mind, which I figured were better left unanswered. Was he saying they cleared the entire ship? It couldn't have been more than 15 minutes since I set off for Rykov's orders. The meaning of the statement became apparent as we entered the main passage to the bridge. Bodies were sprayed out in the hallway with blood and brain matter splattered on the walls. One of the corpses had a severed arm shoved down its throat, while another was sawed clean in half. I didn't even want to know. The brutality was revolting. Scenery? I stared around me, dumbfounded. What the feck, Mac? These guys are slaves. Did you have a butcher them?
Rykov said alive. And you, calm down. These are no slaves. See the brands on their necks? The human lowered his voice. Your friend Brian warned us about them. They're part of the doomsday cult that worships the AI and wants to help it bring about the end of days. Always on the front lines when they destroy a world. I frowned. Even so, don't you think this is a bit, excessive? Not at all, in fact, I wish they suffered more. I fell quiet. Deriving pleasure from another being's pain seemed cruel, yet Mac spoke as if they were the most normal thing in the world. It was a glimpse of their worst impulses that humanity terrified me. They were always a step away from becoming the monsters that they despised. End of chapter. Part 23. Kylon Point of View. I hurried back to my post by the holodisplay, eager to get as far away from the mangled bodies as possible. Through the lens of the viewpoint, I glimpsed the battle raging amongst the stars. Well, I had been preoccupied with the foot soldiers infiltrating our ship. The crewmates on the bridge had been clawing their way through a sea of enemies. A few hundred allied vessels were tucked away at our side, trying to withstand a barrage of plasma fire. To their credit, the Terrans were hurling an equal amount of ammo at the hostiles. The humans were hoping to find any weakness to exploit, any chink in their armor. But it was to no avail. The Devourer's shields were absorbing anything we threw at them. Our advance had slowed to a crawl, and we were on the verge of being pushed back. General, Commander Rykov gave me a nod, his voice taut with pain. Glad to see you in one piece. Yes, others than share my good fortune, I muttered. The human eyes narrowed. What does that mean? We suffered casualties? I averted my gaze, unable to look at him straight. Not to my knowledge. I mean, your boys carved up the aliens nice and good. If I didn't know better, I'd think wild animals got to them. Oh, I see, Rykov sighed, massaging his forehead. Human emotions can rot hot. My orders were clear, but I suppose they got a bit carried away. Sorry you had to see that. I leaned over the command console, having nothing further to say on the matter. What was important now was completing the mission, and to do that, we needed to find a way through the enemy's stalwart defense line. But that seemed next to impossible, now that they were privy to the Terran playbook. More human ships were slipping off the radar by the second. We needed to take drastic measures before we lost the entire fleet. What could we do that was completely unpredictable, and what could catch the Devourers off guard? Some sort of antimatter missile slammed into our hull, sending ripples through the flagship's frame. The overhead lights went out, replaced by a faint orange glow emanating from the floorboards. The computer systems went offline for a moment before humming back to life. A few of the humans glanced around nervously. Primary power source inoperable. Emergency generator activated, a mechanical voice said. Shields at 12%. I shook my head in disbelief. This is the same ship that breezed through the Federation's orbital defenses without a scratch. That's not the first hit we took, just the straw that broke the camel's back, Rykov growled. The human idiom was lost on me, but I thought I understood the gist of it. We're running out of time then. Doesn't sound like we can take too many more hits. What do we do now? Earth is depending on us, General. We carry on. We fight to the last. There's nothing else to be done, he answered. That's not going to be enough. They're one step ahead of us at every turn. Well, what do you suggest exactly? We call for the god to smite them. We retreat. You've got to be kidding, General. I'd rather die than live like a coward. I won't just let my planet burn. I'm no coward. You know that. Breaking through their formation is impossible. We need to bait them forward, lure them towards us. When they chase us, we outflank them. Rykov pursed his lips, considering my proposition. Despite the conviction in my voice, I wasn't convinced that my ploy would be effective. But with the human ship count ticking lower, our shields waning, and our forward trajectory stalling, it was a necessary gamble. I just hoped the commander would arrive at the same conclusion. Okay, so we drop back. What makes you think they'll follow us?
he asked after a long silence. I tried to imitate a human shrug. Just a hunch. They're arrogant, and from what I've seen, they don't like to leave survivors. A hunch, you say? He frowned, casting a final glance at the holo-display. Very well. I'll have an encrypted message sent out to the fleet for all our sakes. I hope it works. The commander called out a series of orders, setting a new plan into motion. The flagship banked sharply, reversing our course in a matter of seconds. We accelerated at full throttle. The quicker we got out of plasma range, the better. Our allies trailed after us, and the Devourers were left without any vessels to engage. The enemy remained stationary for a moment. No doubt they were bewildered by the humans' sudden departure. A coordinated retreat, while the fight was still in the balance, had to raise suspicions, after all. But the chance to finish us off before we could regroup or jump to warp must have been too tempting. Our opponents tore after the withdrawing ships, guns blazing. I breathed a sigh of relief, even though that was only the first step of the plan. The next part was the most difficult, and would take the humans out of their comfort zone, acting like prey. The Devourers needed to smell weakness. The Terrans slowed their breakneck pace, allowing the pursuers to close the distance. An onslaught of missiles preceded the enemy's arrival, all bound for our largest battleship. I counted at least 20 warheads heading for the flagship, and hoped that we could weather the storm once more. The first impact was almost indetectable, and it seemed as though the damage might not be so bad. Then several missiles struck in quick succession, and all hell broke loose. In their weakened state, our shields strained to keep up with such a concentrated force. The floor quaked beneath my feet, powerful enough that I could feel my teeth rattling. A terrible groan came from the ceiling above, as though a pipe had burst. Sparks departed the wiring on the walls, leaving an acrid scent of the air. My guess was that the cooling system had taken the worst of it. Fire reported in the engine room. Shields are negligible power. The computer's voice was emotionless, as always. Evacuation of all personnel recommended. Not happening. Rykov clapped his hands together, a maniacal grin on his face. His ship was literally on fire, but he was excited. It's our turn now, boys. Light 'em up! The Devourers zipped towards our position. Clearly, they had thrown all caution to the wind. The Terran vessels parted around them as they arrived, granting them access to the heart of the formation. We were swallowing them like a tasty morsel, and I don't think that they even noticed. Well, not until they were already surrounded on all sides. After corralling the enemy, the humans nailed them with precise, relentless measures. Similar to how the flagship shields had crumbled, the Devourers' defenses just weren't designed for a 360-degree bombardment. Their logical AI master would have never planned for such a scenario, because there was no valid reason for a fleet to get boxed in like this. The humans softened up the enemy's shields first, grilling them with steady laser fire from all sides. This was followed by the deployment of missiles. As soon as their defenses began to wane, the primates seemed to have an infinite supply of world-ending explosives. As usual, massive battleships and nimble fighters alike blinked out of existence, no match for the combined power of antimatter and fission weapons. In panicked attempt to escape, some of the Devourer ships collided with each other. Those vessels also became little more than 1,000 fragments scattered across the darkness of night. Set course to the star at maximum speed, Rykov barked. No time to waste. An ensign cleared her throat nervously. Sir, our engine is overheating. The commander crossed his arms, frowning. Did I stutter? The flagship cruised through the remnants of the fleet, finally having a lane into the destroyer system. I just hoped that we could complete our mission before the offensive reached Earth. This was a race that we couldn't afford to lose. The fate of humanity was hanging in the balance. A few enemy ships had lingered behind while their partners walked into our trap, though these vessels were in the minority. A cluster of 5 battleships blocked our path, as that was all they could muster. There were no new orders on the bridge, not even an acknowledgement of their presence. The flagship sped on, full steam ahead. Our exposed frame was scorched with plasma fire, which burned a few holes into our metal hide. As atmosphere began to vent, automated processors sealed off the damaged ship sections. It was going to take a few more puncture marks to dispatch this Terran monstrosity. I winced as I realized that we weren't slowing at all, and were mere seconds from plowing into the defensive quintet. The Devourer ships were vulnerable to ramming tactics, sure, but were there really no other options? If the humans wanted to piss away 1 trillion credits, they could have done that without wrecking their finest craft. Hell, forget the economic toll. With the fiery situation in the engine room, a jolt might be enough to turn us into a smoldering wreck. Even under normal circumstances, there was no guarantee that we'd make it in one piece. I knew it was hopeless to reason with the humans, since brushes with death seemed to be the incentive to them. All I could do was find something to hold on to, and send up a silent prayer to the universe. Even if we survived, this was going to be a bumpy ride. Chapter 24. Kylon Point of View. As we hurtled towards our imminent collision, the sounds of coughing filled the bridge. An involuntary shudder ran down my spine. While I knew that it was rather commonplace for their species, I could practically feel the rattling of their lungs. The deteriorating conditions inside the flagship were affecting me as well. My eyes were burning from the billows of smoke that pooled in the air, and my skin was smoldering from the temperature, which had risen to an uncomfortable degree. With a glance around, I saw many of the humans tugging at the collars of their shirts, none of them looking too pleased with the environmental status either. If we stayed on board this vessel too much longer, we would all suffocate. With the shields down and the interior aflame, I expected the ship to crack apart on impact. But the Terrans, true to their suicidal tendencies, pressed on anyways. The 5 Devourer cruisers did not budge as we bore down on them. They only seemed to huddle closer together. As the final line of defense, they had to stop us, even at the ultimate price. "No protest, General." Rykov's nose was swollen to the size of a small fruit, but he was smirking anyways. "I expected the word stop at least once." I shook my head. "Why bother? I don't want to waste my final seconds of existence." "You're quite the cynic, you know. Hell, we might survive this," he chuckled. My antennae twitched in confusion. "Is that supposed to be reassuring?" The broad hull of our ship plunged through the enemy line. Even the inertial dampeners at work, a jolt propelled me several lengths forward. I found myself prone on the ground yet again, wincing from another rough landing. The nanites in my veins could only mend so much tissue damage at once. I imagined I had a black and green tomorrow. Before I could regain my footing, the humans rolled the vessel sharply to one side, and an undignified yelp escaped my lips as I slid shoulder first into a workstation. What were they doing? Had the steering system gone haywire? I felt the flagship start to tip back in the other direction and clutched onto the base of the desk for dear life. An awful screeching sound resonated through the walls of our vessel, most likely our tough hide beating away. But there were no worried call-outs from the pilots or the computer, so the erratic rotation had to be intentional. Why would the humans want to tumble about? Right, in the wake of a collision. I pondered the question a moment, and then an idea occurred to me. The Terrans were twisting the ship like a knife, carving a deeper gash. We were burrowing our way through the enemy craft and tearing up their inner workings as we went. A crunching noise echoed from the bridge's exterior wall, drawing my attention. I saw a crack snaking its way through the floor to ceiling, with several tendrils reaching out from the root. Sure, our opponents had taken out of commission, but our own ship was hanging together by a thread. Severe damage reported to all sections. Structural integrity compromised. The computer's voice called out through the dead air. Advised to power down the ship at once. Rykov cleared his throat. Computer, you don't recommend evacuation anymore? Negative. That is no longer possible, gave the reply. Why not exactly?
The hangar bays and the escape pods have sustained heavy fire damage. They are inoperable. Advised to send out a distress signal and await rescue." The inferno spread had escalated quickly, and if it continued at a current pace, it would reach the bridge in a matter of minutes. We had grinded to a halt in the aftermath of the collision, and were currently wedged nose first into the enemy vessel. Any more impacts and fractures in the flagship exterior, so that meant breaking through to the other side was not an option. The commander scratched his head, frowning. "Right. You heard the computer said, all power to thrusters. Once we're clear of this wreck, we gun it to the Devourer star. Should be a walk in the park." Maybe I wasn't the best at listening, but, that's definitely not what the computer said. Our engines, which were nearing liquefaction by now, revved to life. We inched forward, slicing our way through the last of the enemy plating. The ceiling, overheated, began to sag as its supports faltered, and I figured that it would come down to us. What hurt the most was knowing how close we'd come, and that we had failed in completing our mission all the same. Then, with a terrible shudder, the flagship was clear of the wreckage. It had sawed 5 enemy craft in half, leaving behind only idle debris. Our frame quivered, still deciding whether or not to collapse. By some miracle, it was holding together. For now. As cheers erupted around the bridge, I looked toward the commander. The man had found a seat behind the weapons console, displacing one of his ensigns. It was a matter of seconds until we passed by the Devourer star, and he was ensuring that the grab bomb was prepped for deployment. The terrible task of genocide was still ahead of us. There was no semblance of a smile on his face, despite our hard-fought victory. His eyes were turned out to viewport, towards the serene blue and white sphere that hung in the distance. A tear rolled down his face, and I suspected it was nothing to do with his physical injuries. Human compassion was so mysterious, and so antithetical to their violent instincts. The burden of slaughtering an entire species would eat Rykov up from the inside. He had admitted as much. Why would a man who so clearly despised this mission take the helm for its execution? The only answer I came was that he wished to save his subordinates from the guilt. Noble to the last. His earlier speech about sacrifice was still ringing in my ears. "You don't come back the same person," he said. I didn't want him to change. I didn't want him to be anything like the cruel humans who maimed for sport, who savored the kill. Without thinking, I grabbed Rykov by the shoulder and threw him unceremoniously to the ground. The nearest crewmates tensed up at my unprovoked assault on their leader, but I ignored them. My fingers acted on autopilot. The first step was to confirm the target then. "What the?" The commander rose to his feet, looking more confused than angry. He noticed a few handguns aimed at me and signaled for the men to stand down. "You really shouldn't attack someone on their own ship. Stand aside now." "No," I muttered. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. "What do you mean, no? I won't let you do this to yourself." "You deserve better." My stomach churned as we glided into position, across from the vibrant orange star. It was a dreadful feeling, to have the power of annihilation at your fingertips. Let this one fall on my conscience. "I appreciate the thought, but I'm giving the orders here. It's on my conscience either way, General," he replied. "It's different when you pull the trigger. I expect the soldier to know that." My hand was trembling, my voice hardly more than a whisper. I pressed the firing mechanism before I could talk myself out of it. "No more, General, by the way. That's first officer, or just Kylon to you." I was taken aback as Commander Rykov embraced me. Why did humans show affection by trying to smother people? I gritted my teeth, resisting the urge to squirm out of his grasp. It would be over soon, wouldn't it? "You're a good friend, Kylon," he said. I sighed. "Yes, but you smell like vinegar. Get off of me!" The human withdrew, stepping back. "That's not very nice." "I know. It's part of my charm," I replied. All right, quit staring, people. Time to get moving." The commander swept a stern look around the bridge, and the crewmates snapped back to work. We want to be long gone when the star blows at top. Let's hope that we have enough juice to make it home.
Slipping into hyperspace was always rough, but this time blew all previous experience out of the water. The pressure condensing in my ear canal stripped me of my hearing, and my stomach felt as though it was tied up in knots. Every particle of air was squeezed from my lungs, and my feet were glued to the floor. I was utterly powerless, trapped in a lifeless shell of a body. I wanted to scream, then to throw up, perhaps both at once, but my lips were locked together. The minutes stretched on for what felt like hours, and my desperation built to a frenzy. The paralysis dissipated as we emerged in range of Earth. I crumpled to my knees, spilling my guts on the floor. Embarrassment rushed through my veins until I realized most of the humans were doubled over as well. There was a reason ships with environmental regulation issues weren't supposed to enter hyperspace. If this system hadn't been about to go nova, I don't think even their deranged species would have tried it. As my senses returned to me, the most important concern crossed my mind. Had we dropped our payload in time to save Earth? There was no sign of the Devourer spacecraft by the outer planets, which meant one of two things. Either they never reached the Terran system, or they had already taken it.
Unknown vessel, you are trespassing in Terran space. Your transponder is offline, which is a violation of planetary laws. Identify yourself at once.
A male voice crackled over the speakers. Rykov staggered to the holodisplay.
Oh, orbital command, I would hope you would recognize your own flagship. Jesus Christ!
The man's pitch rose sharply, presumably from shock.
Rykov, what on earth happened to you? Your bird looks like it got chewed up and spit back out. We did crash it at full speed, but that's not the point. Request emergency landing at Mars Station. We need emergency vehicles on site.
Understood.
You are cleared to dock at any open port.
A strange mix of relief and sadness fogged my mind as we glided towards our destination. The knowledge that our endeavors had saved the Federation from certain death was a source of pride, but I wished that there had been another way. If not for our arrogance, if we had finished what we had started in a rescue mission a short time ago, perhaps there could have been. Humanity would be called to account by its galactic neighbors when they learned what we had done today. Maybe, just maybe, the two parties could learn from the past mistakes and find a path to reconciliation. If the Federation insisted on making the humans an enemy, it might get more than they bargained for. This war was over, but the next one, that was the one I truly feared. End of chapter. Rykov point of view. As I was ushered through the Hall of Governance, I slowed to admire the artwork scattered throughout the premises. Murals depicting the cosmos, carvings of ancient deities, cultural artifacts from eons ago.
Commander Rykov.
The Yundel guard said my name slowly, since his species had difficulty pronouncing the R sound.
Is there a reason that you are stopped?
I shook my head. Just looking. It's fascinating. A showcase of every...
You can browse the exhibits another time. The Senate is waiting, he growled.
Right. Perhaps I should have been irritated by this guy's impatience, but frankly, I was just happy he wasn't afraid of me. Most aliens I'd spoken to since my arrival were walking around on eggshells, terrified of saying the wrong thing, despite centuries of restraint and non-violence. They thought humans would be snapped on a whim. Why had Terran Command insisted on my testimony before the Senate? Why bother to comply with the subpoena? This was just the next farce, the latest inquisition against humanity. I forced a smile as I strolled into the central chamber, sensing all eyes turned towards me. The new speaker was standing at the lectern, glancing over a briefing packet. His name was Retka, formerly the Kovian ambassador. His species was middle of the pack on the aggression scale, and he was one of the younger representatives of the Senate. Other than that, I didn't know much about him, but I wasn't expecting him to give us a fair shake. This was his golden opportunity to prove himself,
and to earn political points with Ulu supporters. Commander Rykov of the Planet Earth, please, have a seat at the designated bench. Retka's voice was smooth and silky, pleasant to the ears. I am sure you understand why you are here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am aware of what you wish to discuss, I replied. He tapped his claw on the lectern. Very good. It has been an interesting few weeks, has it not? I sighed. That's one way of putting it. I think many of our listeners have valid concerns about the events that transpired. Would you not view your nanite weapons as cruel and excessive? Depends on who they're used against, and who decides who deserves such a fate, Commander. I do not believe all humans are evil, as my predecessor did, but some of you are. You know this. What happens if your weapons fall into the wrong hands? As tempting as it was to argue, this guy was actually making sense. All it took was a few trigger-happy idiots in the chain of command to set off Armageddon. The same reason nuclear proliferation had almost ended in human extinction. It was easy to rush to judgment, as we had almost done with the Devourers at the start of this mess, before we learned the full picture. Those are valid questions, Mr. Speaker. But let me ask you, what happens when the next Devourers come for us? I paused, giving my words time to marinate. How do we protect the Federation without some sort of deterrent? Answering a question with a question, you should run for office, Commander. You're a natural. A few light chuckles came from the representatives. I could see the wisdom in having a last resort, as you say. But there needs to be fail-safes, oversights, transparency. If you truly desire peace, these weapons do not belong in the hands of the one species alone. I narrowed my eyes. That's not my call, Mr. Speaker. Is there something else that I can answer? Yes, sir. Your government has failed to offer a sufficient explanation for several matters. Let's start with the easy question. Where is General Kylon? Your ambassador claimed that he was a passenger on your ship, and nobody has heard from him since. Kylon. I was fortunate that he accepted the first officer position on my ship, given his intelligence and qualifications. But while he hadn't complained about his circumstances, at least to me, I knew his heart was with his home. It was my fault that he would never see his planet again. The least I could do was preserve his honor, and let him retire in the history books as a hero. He is dead. Uneasy murmurs rippled through the chamber, and I offered an apologetic glance to the Chitauri ambassador Pelham. Shot through the abdomen during a shootout with the Zanuck. Nothing we could do. Please, accept my most sincere condolences. He was a good soldier. And a better man. Speaker Rettke's eyes scanned my figure in a quick motion. It seemed that he was gauging my body language. The truth not only would just devastate Kylon, but would also implicate the Terran Union in illegal genetic experimentation. If there was any hope of salvaging our relationship with the Federation, this was a cover story that they needed to buy. I bowed my head and closed my eyes. Images of the Devourer homeworld floating through my mind, as vivid as when I was standing on the bridge a week ago. The same memories I saw every night when I tried to sleep. Instead of pushing them away, I turned my focus on them. The sprawling oceans and the faint orange glow started across the land masses, screaming that life was present. I imagined the children witnessing the final sunrise, not realizing the fate was about to befall their race. The heat wave wavering on the surface, extinguishing 1 million souls in an instant. The people doomed by their own creation. Perhaps in another life, we would have been friends. Or perhaps in another life, we would have suffered their fate. Commander Rykov, the speaker shouted my name into the microphone, jolting me out of my trance. His nostrils flared, which I believe was an expression of concern for his species. I didn't mean to distress you. We'll change the subject. I breathed a silent sigh of relief. Retka needed to see a genuine display of grief to be convinced, and that was the only way that I could give it to him. Next matter, I'd like to preface this question by expressing gratitude on behalf of the Federation. If you hadn't stepped in, I think we'd be the property of the Zanuck Republic right now, he said. I hesitated. The speaker was tactful with his words, but something told me a but was about to follow. It was my pleasure. That said, your government claims Ambassador Kazel was killed by friendly fire. I'd be more inclined to believe that if every individual in the Zanuck line of succession didn't turn up dead within a day of the capital incursion, Retka muttered. Is that an accusation? You know as well as I do that there was a coup. Ordinary Zanuck citizens seized the palace and executed their leaders. It was live streamed to the galaxy. If only it was that simple. These were the most well-armed ordinary citizens I've ever seen. Do normal insurgents have sniper drones and automatic rifles on your world, Commander Rykov? Well, the answer to that was affirmative, but saying that wouldn't portray humanity in a positive light. No, I suppose not. What are you getting at? I'm saying someone armed them. Someone also gave the populace a reason to rebel by flooding their economy with cryptocurrency, making it so that they couldn't afford basic necessities. Speaker Retka paused, beating my eyes. It would stand to reason the same entity is responsible for both things, and the Terran Union has already been linked to the financial attack. I lowered my gaze. I'm not saying humans did it, but if we did, it would have been for their greater good. For centuries, the Zanuck administration has been relentless in its pursuit of expansion and conquest. Their government required drastic changes to put a stop to it. A series of anxious whispers rippled through the assembly, as my words were practically an admission of guilt. I risked a glance at the audience, and noticed Ambassador Johnson in her assigned seat, shaking her head. It was clear she didn't approve of my response, but what else could I say? This new speaker was a bit too clever and had already put the pieces together on his own. Denying it would just make us out to be liars and give the Federation further reason to distrust us. Retka waited for the conversation to die down before responding. A naive, simple-minded way of thinking. What is it supposed to mean? I demanded. You assume that the next government will be any better. You do not consider the possibility that it may be worse, he replied. The old regime was elected by citizens. It carried out the will of the people. You cannot solve systemic problems by killing a few individuals. I found myself agreeing with the speaker, in spite of my allegiance. The modus operandi of the intelligence agency was asinine to me. I'd been telling my brother as much for years. By toppling the Zanuck Republic, they created a power vacuum. In all likelihood, they were replacing a democratic aggressor with an authoritarian one. A tired sigh escaped my lips. Time will tell. Is that all? One more question. What happened to the Devourers? He asked. Their star went nova, and their system was destroyed. It was technically the truth. 3 billion years before its natural end, and right as the fleet was on its way to Earth. Convenient timing. Perhaps it was divine intervention, Mr. Speaker. I think not. This is your last chance to come clean, Commander. Don't force my hand. I don't know what you're talking about. Then I'll show you. I'll turn your attention to the projector. You'll see footage of a classified stealth probe that was monitoring the Devourer's system room. Horror shot through my veins as a video began to play on the wall behind the speaker. It showed a lone vessel on approach to the luminous star. While the exterior of the ship was charred and flayed, the Terran emblem was still visible on the hull. It wouldn't have mattered if it weren't, since the make and the model of the flagship was so distinctive. The Senate watched in stunned silence as the flagship deposited a capsule into the star's corona. Gravity did the rest of the work, drawing the projectile towards the surface. A sick feeling crawled into the pit of my stomach, and I wanted to beg Retka to turn off the tape. Instead, I just sat there, eyes glued to the screen. The speaker pressed the fast-forward button on his holopad and skipped ahead to the star's final moments. The fiery gases swirled down towards the core like water circling down a drain. With a shudder, the vibrant orb collapsed in on itself. It shrank until it was no longer visible. All that remained was blackness where the star had been. For a few seconds, the universe was at peace. Then there was a blinding white flash that was washed out of the camera's view. It only appeared on the projector for a moment before the transmission cut out. Suffice to say, the probe was a goner. So tell me, was that a different ship that just happens to look like yours, Commander? Disgust briefly flashed on Rekka's face before he regained his composure. You know, it would be nice to get a smidge of honesty from you humans. That bomb only has one purpose, to exterminate a species. Why would you build such a weapon? Please, enlighten me. My mouth felt dry, and I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Why did the Federation have to bear witness to an atrocity? The representatives shared aghast expressions, and panicked chatter began to spread through the chamber. I caught some of the phrases, like several people calling humanity monsters and demons. I took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. We, built it because we knew someday extermination might be necessary. Look, there was no other way. Perhaps that is true, but what is necessary is not always right, he said. So you think we're wrong? You think we're all monsters just like everyone else, don't you? I stood up from my seat, red-hot anger racing through my body. This whole trial had been a trap, hadn't it? No wonder Retka had been such a calm demeanor. He had the footage in his back pocket the whole time. What was it that you want? Humanity kicked out of the Federation. Me, imprisoned for war crimes. No, actually. I was going to ask you to lead our military. Impassioned protests broke out across the Senate, but the Speaker raised a paw for silence. Friends, the humans cannot help what they are, but they are trying to change. They have never wronged us. They managed to convince us that they were the most peaceful species in the galaxy for centuries. Mistakes have been made by all of us. I want to move forward together, without hatred standing in the way. I believe this human and his associates will make us stronger and safer. I gape at Retka in disbelief. I don't know what to say. You can think about it, but know if you accept this pattern of lies and omissions must end here, and for the universe's sake, don't invent more bombs. I think humanity has more than enough as it is. I'd like the galaxy to still exist tomorrow, you know. Perhaps there was a future where we could be friends with the Federation once more. Things would be different, but maybe they should be. It was my sincere hope that we would never use our worst weaponry again. I wanted the galaxy to still exist tomorrow, too. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Ula Point of View. Were the humans actually getting a reward for the genocide of an entire species? The Federation might as well remove the words peace and equality from its mission statement. If there was a speaker who was putting those savages in charge, the military. An abominable race like theirs did not belong in positions of power, and it never would have happened under my leadership. I had done everything I could to expose their nature, and just when I thought I was getting somewhere, the narrative shifted. The human framed me as the villain, and the Federation bought it. Hook, line, sinker. One moment I was their beloved speaker, champion of democracy, protector of the innocent. The next, they kicked me to the curb. All on the basis of a few unsavory memos from years ago. Where had I gone wrong? Was there anything I could have done differently? There would be plenty of time to think after I cleared out my office. I rummaged through the final drawer of my desk, searching for anything worth bringing home. Beneath a stack of documents, there was a single, framed photo. It was turned upside down and covered by a thick coating of dust. This picture clearly hadn't been touched in years. Curiosity sparked my chest, and I flipped it over. A younger version of myself was standing side by side with Ambassador Johnson, holding a document. I remembered that day. We had been in the signing of War Crimes Treaty, which the humans sponsored. They said that they wanted to mitigate suffering, and they had seemed so genuine in their commitment to peace. At the time, I wanted to be just like them. A growl rumbled in my chest, and I hurled the picture to the floor. The frame shattered, sending shards of glass everywhere. Careful, I wouldn't want to step on that while you're leaving this office. For the last time at that. A curse escaped my lips as I glanced behind me and saw Ambassador Johnson leaning against the doorframe. She was the last person I wanted to speak to. I had no idea how long she'd been there, but a smirk suggested that she'd seen enough. Come to gloat? You got what you wanted. Just leave me be, I spat.
The human disappeared for a brief moment. I thought she might actually leave me alone. Instead, she returned with a broom and a dustpan and began mopping up the shards of glass. I clenched my teeth, repulsed by her proximity. You and your filthy species ruined everything! My life, my government, my job! It's not that bad. Lots of positions out there to fill, she chirped. You know, I heard they're hiring at Galaxamart. I could see it. You in an ice cream vest stocking shelves. That looked like it would really suit you. Go! Back off! Get out of here! I screeched. Ambassador Johnson snickered and then, at last, departed from my office. I picked up my box off the floor and looked around the room a final time. This was supposed to be my life, but somehow it had been taken away. It didn't matter, though. I would earn back the fickle citizen support by spreading the truth about the humans to anyone who would listen. Maybe I could make a blog or float around as a guest in the talk shows. Whatever it took to get the message across. There was a knock on the door, and my skin prickled with annoyance. That was a human gesture to request entry, which meant Ambassador Johnson had come back. Wonderful. Stupid human! You've had enough fun. I am on my way now, I muttered. A male voice, as cold as ice, answered back. I am not human, and you're not going anywhere. Something smooth and metallic pressed against the back of my neck, which felt like a gun. Fear surged through my body as it dawned on me what was happening. The humans had sent an assassin after me, hadn't they? I couldn't say I was surprised, but I couldn't fathom why he didn't just pull the trigger. I turned my face to my assailant with slow, non-threatening movements. To my surprise, he was telling the truth. He wasn't human. I didn't recognize his species either. There was no flat-nosed, purple-skinned bipeds on the Federation's registry, to the best of my knowledge. Who are you? I stammered. The strange man nodded towards my desk chair. Why don't you take a seat? I inched back, following his instructions. We should talk about this. Whatever the humans paid you, I can give you more, double even. The humans have nothing to do with this. I'm here because everything I've ever known, everyone I've ever cared about is gone. You have no idea what true pain is. Look, if you're depressed, there are ways to get help. You don't have to hurt me. You don't have to hurt anyone, okay? That's where you're wrong. I'm the last survivor of my species. Someone has to pay for that. Something clicked in my head. Although it sounded ludicrous, how could anyone have survived a supernova? You're a devourer, I whispered. His facial muscles twitched. I don't like that word. My name is Bayham. Okay then, Bayham, listen to me. The humans were set on genocide from the beginning. There was nothing that I could do. I forced a sympathetic expression onto my face. It was difficult to think with a gun pointed at my head, but I knew I needed to redirect his anger. Commander Rykov is the one you want. He's here, in this building. He killed your people, not me. No. I needed to understand why this had happened. And it all leads back to you. Rykov tried to rescue us, but you sabotaged the stealth ships. In fact, with your sabotage, you tried to force the humans to kill us, he said, his voice shaking in anger. They could have finished evacuating my planet if they didn't need to detour to deal with you. If you didn't start a civil war, and if they didn't need to repair their ship after. Ultimately, you are responsible. It wasn't like that. You don't understand. I needed them to slip up so that the entire universe could see the true nature in all of its ugliness. The humans have been conning their galaxy for centuries while they plot and build up an arsenal to kill us all. It was a calculated risk to save the Federation from the evil that you can't fathom. A calculated risk? Is a planetary extinction event some minor sacrifice to you? You are the evil one. You don't deserve the nitrogen you breathe. Say goodbye to your miserable existence. It seemed that talking Bayham was out of the question. The devourer had a crazed look in his face. His veins were about to pop out of his neck. His finger was hovering over the trigger as he tried to hold the gun steady. I wanted to call for help, but he would take me out as soon as I reached for my holopad. Barring a miracle, this seemed like it would be the end. The door swung open and Ambassador Johnson waltzed in, looking at a piece of paper. "Ula, old pal, I had some time on my hands, so I drafted up a resume for you. Take a look." The human glanced up, and the color drained from her face as she spotted the gun. I wasn't sure whether to beg for help or to talk Bame into shooting her instead. "Leave." "No! This has nothing to do with you," he hissed. Johnson raised her hands in a placating gesture. "I read about you in the mission reports, Bame, right? Put down the gun. You don't want to do this." "Yes, I do. I want this vermin dead." A tear rolled down his cheek, and he quickly wiped it away. "I tried to save my people, and I failed. Vengeance is all that's left." "It's not your fault. Please, don't let your pain and your hatred define you, Bame. You're better than that. Revenge won't help in the long run." "I don't care if it helps. Why should she live when millions will never see another day? Because of her? How is that fair?" "It's not. People like Ula are terrible. Believe me, I agree with you. But if we stoop to their level, they win. And I'm too petty to let them win." "That's where we differ, human. I'm more than happy to let Ula have a victory." The devourer checked his sights a final time, grinning at me. Bame was about to dampen the trigger when the Ambassador Johnson lunged at him, grabbing his dominant arm. She tugged it down, and the gun went off, blasting a hole in the floor. The duo tumbled to the ground, wrestling for the control of the firearm. My mind was reeling as I stared at the skirmish. Why was Ambassador trying to help? This was her chance to get rid of me. Without any blood in her hands of the Terran government, humans were supposed to enjoy carnage anyways. There was no reason for her to put herself in the line of fire for a sworn enemy. Ambassador Johnson twisted the wrist, trying to loosen his grip on the gun. Bame reached out with his free arm and picked up the stray shard of glass from the floor. With a swift motion, he jabbed it into her thigh. The human yelped, and her lapse in concentration allowed the devourer to break free. He shrugged off her grasp and began crawling away. The thought occurred to me to run to join in the fray, but I was paralyzed. Something in my brain had shut off, and I couldn't flip it back on. Bame struggled to his feet, using the desk for support. He levered the gun at Ambassador Johnson, who was nursing her wounded leg. Crimson blood soaked through the navy blue pants, turning them purple. I didn't know much about human anatomy, but she must have been hit in some sort of blood vessel. "Stay down. I don't want to hurt you," he pleaded. The gun swiveled back towards me. I steeled myself for the inevitable. There was no reason in begging for forgiveness from either of them, because I wasn't sorry. Sure, my methods hadn't been perfect, but I was the only one brave enough to stand up against those human wretches, to make sacrifices for the well-being of the Federation. There was a sharp, searing pain in my forehead. I crumpled in my seat, watching as the world became fuzzy. It was all so grainy, so out of focus. I was dimly aware, in the recesses of my conscience, of Bame running from the scene of the crime, my ears registering the words of Ambassador Johnson, calling for help on a holopad. But I was too far gone to process anything but the cold sensation washing over my body. Nothingness overtook my senses, and I sank into the arms of the void. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Kylon Point of View. Terran Command had reluctantly furnished a new vessel for us, after determining that the flagship was damaged beyond repair. This one had nicer accommodations, since its primary function was in a diplomatic capacity. Its maiden voyage would be tonight, as the humans were hosting an ensemble of Federation dignitaries and officers. The plan was to give a brief overview of Earth's military history, as well as its current arsenal. The new speaker was making a genuine effort to smooth things over, but I knew that it would be difficult. Many of the representatives still struggled with the truth, and Ula's death had raised new suspicions, especially since Ambassador Johnson had been in the room when she was killed. While security footage of the assassination showed Bayham pulling the trigger, that hadn't stopped conspiracy theorists from claiming the Terrans orchestrated the whole thing. That the altercation between the ambassador and the devourer was staged. To be honest, I wasn't convinced that they were wrong. Not that it would bother me if the humans were behind it. What nagged at me was witnessing my own funeral on television. I felt like a traitor to the Chitauri, and that thought had made me sick to my stomach. All I wanted was to return home, to reclaim my old life, to stand behind the helm of my own ship one last time. Tylon, you look unwell. I lifted my head, spotting Rykov at the entrance to my quarters. He must have just returned from the capital in advance of tonight's conference. Between his bloodshot eyes and the splint on his nose, I thought that he looked worse than I did. I forced a smile. Welcome back, Mikhail. Or is it General Rykov now? He winced. I'm sorry. I never meant to steal your job. I haven't accepted yet, I can. Don't be stupid. You deserve it. I don't know that I do. But thank you. Anyhow, I just wanted to let you know that you should be off the ship within the hour. It wouldn't be good for either of us to field questions about how you came back from the dead. I figured as much. Good. There's a shuttle waiting for you in the hangar bay. I've made arrangements for you to spend a couple days planetside. Might help you adjust to human culture, and at worst, it's paid time off. Anything beats dealing with politicians. Have fun with that. At least these ones aren't, shouldn't speak ill of the dead. The mention of Ula piqued my curiosity, but I figured I should refrain from asking about her. If the Terrans did arrange her assassination, then it wasn't a subject they wanted to discuss. Learning their secrets never ended well, at any rate. It was how I got stuck here in the first place. When it came to the humans, some questions were best left unanswered. I stared at the floor, trying to quell my resentment brewing in my mind. We probably shouldn't speak about her at all. Rykov must have read something in my expression, because his eyes narrowed. You want to know if we killed Ula, don't you? As far as I know, we weren't directly involved. That implies that you were indirectly involved, I pointed out. Well, I feel sorry for Bayham. A remorseful expression crossed his face, and his voice became subdued. I sensed something was off the last time that he was here, after the refugee camp was destroyed, but I never thought that this would be the result. Nobody could have expected that. I mean, how did he even get a gun into the hole in the first place? That's the crazy part. He tagged along with the press and slipped the gun into the sound engineer's bag. Security barely gives the media a second glance. Once he got past the metal detectors, he just pickpocketed it back. Clever bastard. Perhaps he has a chance. On the run, maybe. For what it's worth, I hope we never find him. Something tells me that you won't look that hard. I think I've already said too much, Kylon. I fought back a scathing reply in my head, which was that it didn't matter. There was no love lost between Ula and the Terrans. Of course, they wouldn't be chomping at the bit to bring her killer to justice. Who was I going to tell that wasn't human anyways? Right then. Well, I suppose this is goodbye, I said. For now. Take care of yourself, all right? With that, Rykov waved farewell and disappeared down the corridor. As solitude presided once more, my longing to reach out to my people grew insatiable. In the name of friendship, can I watch the Terran military, at best, render my species obsolete? Was preserving my image really more important than ensuring the survival of my race? The humans slumbered now, but their history showed that what they were capable of, under the right circumstances. It seemed unlikely that they would set off a supernova in the middle of the night, but the problem was that they could. The only way to counter such a possibility was to catch up to their technology, like how Earth had super weapons tucked away, just in case. If the worst came to fruition, the Jatari deserved a fighting chance. Risks be damned, this was my final service to my planet. I fetched a razor from my go bag and sliced it across the palm of my hand. Then my fingers uncorked an empty water bottle, and I allowed my blood to drip into the container. Then I'd sealed off the wound with haste, but not before the usable sample had seeped into the bottom. I pried a piece of paper from my notepad and laid it out on my desk. As I fished out a pen, the words seemed to flow from my hand to their own volition. The new arms race is upon us. The entire Federation is scrambling to imitate human technology. But with this blood sample, we can be the first. This is just but a taste of their classified genetic engineering project. Research in the field should stay our little secret. Building an arsenal should be a primary focus. But as you can see, there are civilian uses for the nanites as well. Medicine, construction. Just don't let the humans see that we've caught up. They wouldn't react well to us leveling the playing field. Hell, it might incentivize them to build something worse. Trust me. Keep this off the books. A friend. I folded the note, then attached it to the bottle with a rubber band. A glance at my holopad confirmed the route to the guest chamber. A newly minted Terran officer. I had clearance to review tonight's guest list as well. Jatari, Ambassador Palom was booked in room C14, which therefore was my destination. The mission was quite simple. Drop off the parcel, then head towards the hangar bay for a well-deserved vacation. All I knew as I set off from my quarters was that this felt right. Several humans crossed my path, but they were of no concern. As long as I acted normal, I knew that they wouldn't give me a second glance. My detour to room C14 was brief anyways, in and out, before any onlookers could develop suspicions. It took only a few seconds to slip the package beneath Palom's pillow, and then I carried on to the hangar bay as planned. With any luck, the Jatari ambassador would notice the correspondence when he retired to his chambers. Would Commander Rykov understand if what I had done had ever come to light? If our roles were reversed, I doubted that he would abandon Earth. Perhaps, in my position, he would have taken as similar actions. It was too much to ask of a soldier, to turn his back on those he swore to protect. The potential consequences of my decision were not to be understated. I knew that. We were dealing with the humans' warfare, the kind without honor and without winners. This breach not only risked incurring the Terran's wrath, but also elevated the chance of galactic destruction. The more parties that possessed nanite weapons, the more likely it was that someone would use them. But those dangers could be dealt with at a later date. It didn't matter that we were living in a tinderbox unless someone created a spark. I was going to put the terrible things that I'd witnessed out of my mind, in the hopes that one day they would be truly forgotten. Today, it was my intention to live it up and hope that the humans stayed friends for a little while longer. End of chapter. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just quickly want to thank the Tier 5 patrons and channel members: Alithia Barkey, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Albarden Guster, Arcadian, Lord Azrakal, and Joachim Backer.